make a small presentation on some of the ideas that I thought I will put before the board. And also in this presentation, a brief history of SAFA is given for the benefit of those members who are new and who are attending for the first time. So that we see time. Well, friends, let us begin with a short history of SAFA. SAFA was formed in the year 1984 for promoting the accounting profession in the countries in South Asia with a mission to bring the accounting bodies in the region together at a common forum. To facilitate cooperation in education, training, technical, governmental, and ethical standards. And today, SAFA has 4,25,000 accountants as member of SAFA through their member bodies, through their respective institutes. And if I look at the number of total members through all the bodies at IFAC, which is in the range of 10 lakhs, we account for almost more than 40% of accountants all over the world. And that is why I'm going to propose that SAFA countries can take leadership role in the profession of accountancy in so many areas of practice, in so many areas that accountants in business can embrace. SAFA constitutes 10 accounting bodies of 7 countries: India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Afghanistan, and Maldives. Bhutan, in the absence of accounting body in the country, participates as observer. And there are 10 accounting bodies as India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. Their institutes of cost accountants of India are also members. In the other countries, the institutes of chartered accountants are members. So 7 plus 3, that way we have 10 member bodies. Let us have a look at mission of SAFA, which was set many years ago, and we can have a relook in a systematic manner to see that we align our activities and our mission with the need of the time. Time is changing very fast with technology, many other initiatives like green initiatives, sustainability, and we can discuss in what way we can even have a relook at the mission. So the mission at present is SAFA as a forum of professional accountancy bodies is committed to positioning, maintaining, and developing the accounting profession in SAARC region and ensuring its continued eminence in the world of accountancy, in the public interest and towards broad economic development of the region. So this was the mission as it was set many years back. Let us also look at the objectives of SAFA, and I will quickly run through them, and members may suggest wherever they have any suggestion to make changes to understand the profession in the regional context and continuously work towards its development in keeping with global trends. To participate in and play the leadership role on the international forums. To promote and harmonize accountancy profession in SAARC region in keeping with global developments. To provide assistance and guidance in promoting the profession of accountancy in the countries within its jurisdiction, where the accountancy profession does not exist or is not sufficiently developed by utilizing the services of a full member or assuming the task under its own forum. We may take up the endeavor with Bhutan and find out whether it is possible to pursue it to have an independent accounting body in Bhutan. To promote international accounting, auditing, reporting, and other professional standards and best practices in the SAFA region, and to assist in the harmonization of the same with national standards, if any. To act as interface between international bodies and member bodies, to develop guidelines, and if required, setting standards on issues peculiar to the SAARC region, not addressed by the international standards. To promote the undertaking of studies and research in the field of accountancy, business, commerce, trade, and related issues with the objective of establishing or promoting benchmarks in these areas. And particularly, let me mention that for so many years, perhaps, research activity at SAFA is on a very low key. And we may take up, to start with, some important researches within the region. Let us discuss today what we can do to achieve this. Then, to establish any foundation, training, research, and development centers in virtual or any other form to attain the mission and objectives of SAFA. Now that for so many years we had many physical programs, but over last 2 years, right since the pandemic struck, we have explored the virtual mode very well. And particularly if I talk of India, we have digital learning hub, something of that type at SAFA level we may do. And I may suggest that it is not necessary that at SAFA we need to reinvent the entire wheel, but whatever is available, we can make best use of that and further see what further we can do on this front. Then, to carry out such other activities as are considered incidental or ancillary to the above, or considered expedient in furtherance of the development of accountancy profession in SAARC region. Now, particularly, I think our meetings with regulators in all these 7 countries is almost missing. And if at every event we are able to plan 1 extra day to meet the regulators and have the presence of SAFA also felt there, and whatever are the common issues that the region is facing, we may discuss with regulators and try to find solution to that. Our member bodies, we have already discussed, are 7, like 7 countries and 10 institutes. Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka are full members of SAFA. And Afghanistan and Maldives are associate members. Bhutan is an observer. The governing structure is, we have assembly at the top, then SAFA board, and various committees and task forces on professional and technical matters. Now, again, we may deliberate today whether this dual structure is necessary, like having assembly as well as SAFA board, or we can do something to have only a common either SAFA board or assembly. At present, we have these 16 committees: Committee on Education, Training and CPD, Committee on Professional Ethics and Independence, Professional Accountants in Business, Small and Medium Practices Committee, Committee on Governmental and Public Sector Enterprises Accounting, Committee on Accounting Standards, Committee for Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance, Committee on Auditing Standards and Quality Control, Committee to study fiscal regimes and other statutory requirements in SAARC countries, Committee on NPOs and cooperative sectors, International Relations Committee, Women Leadership Committee, Committee on Information Technology, Anti-Money Laundering, Sustainability Reporting and Assurance, and Technical Committee on Foundation of SAFA. Again, I would propose that today we may discuss if it is possible to merge some committees and have lesser number of committees, and also discuss whether this small and medium practices committee can be converted into a broader committee, small and medium practices, as well as micro, small and medium enterprises, because the goal for both would be common. And particularly in last 2 years, we have observed in most of the Asian countries also, the governments have taken initiatives of providing various facilities to MSMEs for their survival and revival and growth. So how the professional accountants can take it up as an area of practice if we add MSMEs to this, and to add one more kind of entity called startup. Because now in every country, startups are promoted by the government. In India, we have a separate MSME and startup committee, but here we can have SMP, MSME, and startup committee. We may discuss and do whatever is necessary. CMA Vijendra ji had proposed to have one committee for cost accounting methodologies. Now, we may discuss whether it can be part of PAIB as a separate group, or whether we need a separate committee. But there is a difficulty to handle large number of committees, and we have seen that although this meeting was postponed by a week, still 3 committees have not submitted their action plan. So it is very difficult to manage these committees. And before we go to the next item on the slides, I may only request that in every country, whoever board member is attending here may see that the chairpersons of the respective committees which are allotted to their countries, if they are able to encourage them and activate them. Some committees were not very active. Last year, the president activated some of them. Some committees are yet to be activated, and this year again we can take this forward and see that all committees work and achieve the purpose for which they are formed. One more point on committees which we may take up today for discussion is that right from beginning, the committees are allotted to different countries, and those countries nominated persons chair those committees. Whether we need to rotate these committees among the different countries to have the different views. Secondly, one more point, that every year the chairperson of these committees is changing. The constitution of the entire committee changes. Should we keep the constitution constant for 2 years? That was another point which was brought out by many members, and today we may discuss whether it is desirable and it would achieve the objectives in a better way if we do that. So let us have that also as a part of the discussion today. Then some of the points for strategy meeting could be what SAFA has achieved in last 38 years. It was formed with an objective, and we may, after 38 years, just have a look at it as to what we have achieved and what we need to achieve, what was left out, and what are the new agenda that we need to add in the objectives. Whether we need to review our organizational structure. For example, we discussed need of having SAFA board and assembly both. Is there a need to review the mission and objectives of SAFA, which I mentioned right at the beginning? Then whether SAFA should confine itself to SAARC countries or extend its jurisdiction to the other countries, considering that SAARC is non-active for last 5 years. And let us discuss whether there is a scope to incorporate some other countries. And I may also mention that there are various other bodies in African countries like AFA, PAFA, CAPA, Edinburgh Group, and whether we can think of inviting members from there for limited purpose, either as observer or as associate member. We can discuss that, and if we can achieve some meaningful purpose. This is only for discussion. It is not a proposal to pass a resolution. We may discuss. If we find it desirable and suitable, we may go ahead. Otherwise, drop it.
अच्छा, तो नहीं ऐसे ठीक है हमें
Whether committees of SAFA are working effectively or changes are required. And as I mentioned, rotation between the countries' chairmanship, merger of committees, we may consider. And whether SAFA has come out with enough research-based publications, this we may discuss extensively. Like some researches could be confined to the respective countries, because they could be according to the peculiar conditions of the country. Some researches could be for the entire SAFA region, like sustainability. It is relevant for everybody. Economic development, again, it is relevant for every country. And as I mentioned in the last board meeting, one suggestion which came at Bangladesh was really very good. Like instead of each country in SAFA region acting independently, not trading with each other, if we are able to enter into some MOUs and do some of the trades, businesses collectively or together, whether it adds to the economic development of every country and creates win-win situation. We may discuss that also as a part of the agenda today. And whether SAFA has been effectively engaging with IFAC and other regional accountancy organizations. I think we need to step up our communication and alignment with IFAC as well as other member bodies of IFAC very effectively. Is SAFA recognized as a regional voice of South Asian accountancy profession by IFAC and other international organizations? We are forming 40% of total membership of professional accountants in the world. And whether at IFAC we are having adequate, strong representation or not, and if not, what we need to do is another question that today we may discuss. Whether SAFA is known to the government of SAARC nations. If not, what should be the strategy? If I frankly put it before the board, even in India, when I talk about SAFA, the members of our institute are not aware of existence of SAFA. So we need to do something very effectively. Vice President also has many ideas on taking up on the social media and make our presence felt. He will deal with it extensively, but we need to do something to see that even the governments realize that there is one body to unite all 7 countries in the SAFA region, and let us make our presence felt. Whether SAFA has presented any regional study to the respective government of SAARC countries. We have not done it so far, and we can resolve to do it. Let us at least begin and start with some research papers, some presentations to the government. These activities may automatically pick up in future. I may give example of one activity which last year we started. This year also it was going on, like finance and tax literacy drive. It has picked up very well in India. It is well received. We can take this initiative in other SAFA countries. It will really make impact on the government and even the society. Then whether SAFA has achieved its objectives of harmonized accounting profession in SAARC region. Again, this is a question mark and we need to discuss at length. Whether SAFA has developed any guideline standards. We don't have our guidelines and our standards, and whether we should do it collectively or leave it to countries and according to the conditions of the country is a question that we can discuss today. Whether SAFA has used social media platforms effectively for its branding. I think I will leave this point for Vice President to discuss. He has several ideas on this, so I will not elaborate on this. how effectively the funds of SAFA can be utilized. I think last year we had this question, whether we need to collect further funds under the foundation. Instead of that, I propose we should discuss how effectively to use these funds. This is the time of development when, instead of curtailing our activities, if we are able to use these funds effectively for the benefit of all these countries, it would be far better. So let us discuss these funds which we have at our disposal and which we have not utilized so far, how effectively to use them. How can SAFA further strengthen leadership role in IFAC and other international organizations? Shall we propose that our representation in IFAC should increase, and in what way we should do it at present, what it is, and how we can propose to strengthen it, and whether objectives of SAFA are aligned with the objectives of IFAC. So today, let us even look at the objectives of IFAC, its mission and vision, and let us align our objectives also with IFAC so that the world looks at accountants in a uniform way. So these were some of the ideas that I thought I will put before the board for discussion today, and we will take them up one by one. These are only the broad ideas which we can then take up as agenda or one by one. Thank you so much for attending. Our meeting was supposed to be on 12th of February. It has already been postponed by a week, and we are in this year left with 10 months plus time. So we will have to hurry up, pick up for the activities, plan something concrete, and start acting as soon as possible from the month of February itself. Thank you for attending this physically. I also must thank all those members who are attending virtually. And let us make this meeting very meaningful today. And that is why we planned it for the whole day instead of confining it to just 3 hours or 4 hours. Thank you so much. Now I invite Vice President to have his opening remarks along with the presentation.
Good morning. On behalf of CA Sri Lanka, I warmly welcome all the participants representing SAFA countries, and congratulations to the new President of Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Mr. Aniket Talati, and Vice President, Mr. Ranjit. And Mr. Tola, I think when we met last time in India, he insisted that we have a physical meeting and requested Colombo to host it. Minister of State, Pakistan, Chairman of Reforms and Resource Mobilization Committee. So thank you very much for attending. And Mr. Malik representing Management Accounting Fraternity. And the Vice President Maldives, President and Vice President of Nepal, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, Professor Watawala from CMA Sri Lanka, and Ruchira, my colleagues from CA Sri Lanka, Mudit and Permanent Secretary. So I think Mr. Jambusaria explained some of the areas and matters that we need to discuss. Some actually I also have, we didn't discuss areas to be prioritized, but coincidentally, most of them have tallied or agreed with each other. So I'll quickly run through. So when I engaged with SAFA activities 5 years back, so you start thinking what value addition you can make. So over last 5 years, we have done a lot of things, but I think there are areas that we need to improve on that background. Actually, I'm trying to share some of my experience, and these are my personal views only. So let's go through that. This is a kind of self-evaluation I did. I think President SAFA explained or discussed about the SAFA mission. So my point is, with regard to the mission, have we gone ahead with that mission, or whether there is anything more to be done? Especially we talk about eminence in the world of accountancy. Are we happy? I'm not talking about individual PAOs here, professional accountancy organization. I'm talking about SAFA as a regional body, whether we have made that impactful presence and eminence in the world accounting field. And in the public interest and towards broader economic development of the region, again, I'm not quite sure whether we have done anything enough to see that we as a body ensure this development in the region, and we have worked towards it. Then I think SAFA objectives, again, this is actually accountants, we prefer to have numbers and quantification. So I just did a rating. It's kind of a self-evaluation. Each of these objectives, if I independently look at it, how do I rate them? So these are the ratings I have given. So you can take your own time and do a rating and see whether it's totally different to this. To understand the profession in the regional context and continuously work towards the improvement. So I have scored 5. To participate and play the leadership role in international forums too. I don't think I have not seen much presence representing SAFA. To promote harmonized accountancy profession in SAARC region and keeping with the global development. Again, I have put it 2. I'm not saying as bodies we are not doing it, but it can come from different ways of, not through SAFA. That's why I have put it as 2. To play promotion role for the countries within its jurisdiction. So this is to get other countries joining SAFA. I think we have achieved it to a great extent. Only few countries are left. So I have put there 7. To promote and set professional standards. As SAFA, I have put it 3. Again, I'm not saying we are not doing anything. This is as SAFA I have put. To act as interface between international bodies and member bodies. 3. To promote and develop state-of-the-art research compact. 1. And to carry out other activities. So other activities I have put 4. So this is kind of my score. I'm requesting you to see whether you are aligning with that or whether there is a different score that you may have. So the question is, have we achieved our objectives? Or anyway, there are some objectives, those are being followed up, fulfilled by respective member bodies because you are part of IFAC. So through IFAC, we get those inputs as well as communications, and then we adapt some of those best practices. So if that is the case, what are the objectives that we should follow rather than reinventing or duplicating the same effort? So few suggestions, I think President touched upon this, operating structure, organization structure. I think currently we have committee chairman and committee members, and even Mr. Hennayaka Manda also suggested this earlier during his term. Why not we create alternate chairman position and have a committee secretary, a technically sound person as a committee secretary, not an administrative person, but who can comprehend, get a knowledge about what is discussed in that committee. And committee members to be for 2-year period, I think Mr. Jambusari also touched upon, because what we see otherwise is you join a committee and sometimes you come as a chairman for the first time, because I have seen that happening. First meeting is to discuss and see what has happened, because sometimes previous committee chairman also doesn't attend the first meeting. So your first meeting is gone. Second meeting, you get some information through the secretary, then you try to comprehend what has happened. Third meeting, you are trying to do something, and fourth meeting, your term is over. So I don't think it's going to work effectively. If we are serious about SAFA activities, I strongly feel we need to change the term of these committees to 2 years, and not to change the committee members also during that period. So we'll have to discuss this and agree how we move forward. Another suggestion is, when you propose committee members, whether there is an alignment with internal POAs related work. Sometimes you may have a committee member represented at SAFA, but when he goes back to his institution, there will be a different person who is looking into that affair. But success stories we have seen, both committees having good momentum when they were taking responsibility for country level as well as SAFA level. That at the moment, even we have seen Digital Assurance Board and digital initiative headed by Institute of India, so CA Institute India. We see a lot of activities and progress happening. So that's another suggestion I would like to make. Then committee scope, I think Chairman also, President also touched upon. I'm not going to go into detail. And I also don't feel we need to increase number of committees. Rather, we need to rationalize committee scope and even see whether some of the committees have any relevance now. Whether we need to change the scope of some of these committees. Even by looking at some of the names, I can pinpoint some committees may not have relevance in the current context. So how do we revisit scope of some of these committees and identify other priority areas that we need to focus, so then we can change the scope of those committees. The next one is, how do we align ourselves with IFAC strategic objectives? You may have read this. I think they publish their strategic objectives under 3 key pillars. Are we aligning ourselves? How do we align as a regional body? Speaking out and engaging as the voice for the global profession. That's one key objective. Leading and developing a future-ready profession, and contributing and promoting the development, adoption of, and implementation of high-quality international standards. So these are key strategic priorities they have set for IFAC. And under each of the strategic priorities, actions are developed. So any areas that we could consider, so we also align and do improvements and work towards it rather than sometimes duplicating the same effort. And then IFAC Speak Out Global Voice, I think there are many things that they have highlighted. Even PAOS can identify greater transparency and accountability in the public sector, some of the areas that they are taking as priorities in the agenda. Embrace people-oriented profession, future of the profession. So those are some of the key priorities. Those documents are available in IFAC site. So I'm trying to bring this here to make it a deliberation point, and how do we align ourselves with the main agenda of IFAC. So few areas for consideration. I think Mr. Jambusari also touched upon this. Research. I'm not talking about here pure research. It has to be more of a survey and applied research where you contribute to progress of our countries and profession. And this could be even funding. We can look at SAFA Foundation. I think we have this arrangement. How do we take it forward? So that's another point we could consider. And as regional body, how do we promote accountancy profession and accountants as candidates for the senior roles in the business? Because rather than PAO, individual organizations in the country talking, if we as a regional body, if we promote accountants, even as board members or audit committee chairmen, I think that's a agenda we could drive as a regional body, highlighting some of the key achievements and areas of our competencies. Similarly, any programs that as a regional body, if we have to develop and drive, we could make it more appealing as well as more accepted. So at the moment, I think as SAFA, our only communication mode is among members' emails. I think we need to see how we go into digital space. So my suggestion is to get our SAFA activities giving publicity in the social media as well as other digital space. So we may need to look at creating different pages. I don't think we have even a LinkedIn page or Facebook page. Looking at how we use effectively YouTube, profiling some of our members as SAFA. So those are things I think we need to consider, because our impact can be felt if we are visible only. So how do we make it visible is another strategic discussion I would like we all to take. and activate virtual training center. I think India also has a good virtual training center. Whether you need to reinvent, as President suggested, we can look at how we capitalize on the same. So the whole idea is, rather than looking at who takes the credit as a body, how do we move forward as one unit among the region? So in addition, I think now we know at the moment there are several countries going through economic challenges, but India is having and maintaining their good growth potential. I'm sure all these countries will come out from the current situation. So when we come out, how do we envision our region in 10 years from now? So are we ready as a profession to cater to that demand that may arise? How do we take that point to our next generation and say, guys, this is the region which is going to develop, and these are the opportunities available in the among accountancy professionals if you join this profession? So I think that's the agenda that we need to drive if we want to promote across all the national bodies, because it is bound to happen. So with that remark, I thank once again all of you, and let's have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassana. I now invite advisor and immediate past president of SAFA, Mr. Henaike Bandara, to have his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to all of you, and warmly welcome to Sri Lanka. Let me also welcome President, Vice President, board members, technical advisors, office bearers, and all other invitees, including those who are joining virtually for the strategy meeting. I would also like to thank the CS Sri Lanka for hosting the event. As you are aware, during 2022, we were able to strengthen the relationship with IFAC, CAPA, Asian Oceanian Standard Setters Group, and other regional organizations to the extent possible. Then reactivated certain committees, as you already heard from the president, revisited the TOR of certain committees, rebranded the BPA awards, released 4 newsletters on quarterly basis highlighting the main activities undertaken by the SAFA as well as the member bodies, activated the foundation of SAFA by adhering to all compliance requirements. That was one of the important one that we have undertaken. We were able to clear the areas of 4 years accounts as well as the annual audit. Then organize conferences and webinars on timely important topics, and more importantly, implemented the action plan agreed upon at the beginning of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have already heard from the president as well as the vice president, they have identified and proposed new initiatives. At the same time, it is noted that committee chairpersons have also identified new initiatives. By now, you would have gone through all the details that they have circulated amongst all of you. They are also going to make presentations so that we will be able to discuss all those suggestions in detail and formulate a new strategic plan as well as an action plan to be implemented 2023 and beyond. So with those remarks, let me wish the strategy meeting all success. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I think before I invite other members to speak, just one agenda for noting, because the membership of many countries has changed and the intimations have come. So for the knowledge of members, I will just read it out and then we will carry forward the further agenda. There are revisions in nominations by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bangladesh, Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Bangladesh, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan on the SAFA board. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bangladesh has appointed Mr. Mohammad Moniru Zaman President ICAB as the SAFA board member in place of Mr. Mohammad Sahadat Hussain. The Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Bangladesh has appointed Mr. Mohammad Abdur Rahman Khan, President of ICMAB, as the SAFA board member in place of Mr. Mohammad Mamunur Rasid, and has appointed Professor Mumtaz Uddin Ahmad as the technical advisor. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has appointed CA Aniket Talati, President ICAI, as the SAFA board member in place of CA Dr. Debasis Mitra, and has appointed CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Vice President of ICAI, as the technical advisor. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan has appointed Mr. Ali Latif, President ICAP, as the SAFA board member in place of Mr. Asfaq Tola. So these are the changes in the nominations which for the benefit of knowledge of members, I have read out. Yeah, one more announcement that the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, C.S. Sanjay Bandara, is out of station and therefore he is unable to attend this meeting. This is the host institute, so it is necessary to just tell members that this is the cause for him not attending. He is not in the country. Now I invite suggestions from members. We have two newly elected members also here and some new nominated members. If we can start with them and then have our discussions continued on several points. First, you can have your initial remarks, whoever wants to speak, and after that, you can take up some of the items which we had highlighted, or if you have got further suggestions, we can take them one by one, discuss and try to decide as to what should be our further course of action. So may I invite President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C. Aniket.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President SAFA. First of all, for reimagining SAFA and organizing this very important strategy meeting. And at the very right opportune time also, because it would have been too late if it was pushed to March, April, because as the Vice President in his initial remarks said, the tenure is short. The time to act is very limited. And if it would have been extended further, I think you would have definitely got feedback, but implementation would have suffered. So, sir, my compliments to you and my special thanks to the Vice President also for accommodating our request of keeping this meeting on the not on the 12th and today pushing it back by a week so that on the 18th we could come. We in fact had our elections to the post of President and Vice President on the 12th of February, which is a date which has remained so for a lot of years. And very glad to inform that, yes, I got elected as the President of the Institute, and we have a new Vice President of the Institute, Sri Ranjit Kumar Agarwalji, who also hails from Kolkata, and he is now going to be on the board for 2 years. And my special thanks to CA Sri Lanka for hosting us and having this wonderful strategy meeting at your location. And we look forward to the further collaborations and thank all of you for the warm hospitality that you have extended to us. To our friends from Pakistan, it's a pleasure to see you. The then President, I think, echoed the feelings of the Institute that we felt incomplete without you in the SAFA board meeting and also in the World Congress. Glad that we could at least have some of your representation in the World Congress. And God willing, we will see much more interaction and participation between the two countries going forward. But great to interact with you at this forum and look forward to further developing the wonderful relations that the two institutes have had through the SAFA and of course in the past also. I think the strategy points which the President SAFA has outlined are very detailed in terms of starting from the mission statement of SAFA and going forward to the committees, the organizational structure, the need for the assembly and the board. And I think, Honorable President, you have tried to cover majority of the issues that the Vice President and myself discussed yesterday when we were coming here, and we spent a lot of time thinking about how can we make this forum more effective. And I think that is where each one of us has the interest also. In a way, in this digital and technology world, to use the term, this is going to be SAFA 2.0. And how do we have a newer version of SAFA, which is more relevant, which is more attractive to the younger membership and the newer membership, which has increased influence in its own sphere, and of course is more recognized not just by government bodies, but very rightly put by the Vice President, has a bigger digital social media presence, so that general membership also appreciates the work and the vision that the SAFA has had. And I think I'm totally supportive of all the items that both of you have put forth, because they strongly align with what we are trying to do. At the Institute also, we have now in the process of finalizing our committees. And similar action we have taken at the Institute of trying to combine ministries, committees, which we are seeing in our country. For example, in India, we for years had a ministry for power, a separate ministry for coal, a separate ministry for distribution. And then it was reimagined of how all three can be put together for synergies. And at the Institute also, we said, why not have a similar structure for committees, where instead of having separate segregated committees, we must bring committees which have a very similar terms of reference together, have smaller committees and more effective committees. And I think I totally support that thought process which has been brought forward. Our suggestion from the Institute, which the Honorable Vice President and myself very strongly feel about, is that the history of SAFA, we are both very well aware of, and I think all of us in this room are aware of aligning it with SAARC and having the nations of SAARC being a part of it. But in today's changing world, where it is not physical, but more virtual and digital, should we as SAFA think of extending our sphere of influence by looking at the Middle East, where again, a large part of our membership, it may be Pakistan, Sri Lanka or India. If you look at our members abroad, they will largely be in the Middle East. That is our biggest foreign chapter for the Institute also. More than 10,000 members are currently in the Middle East for us. And I think similarly, in terms of percentage, you will have huge membership there. And now we are seeing some new accounting institutions getting established in the United Arab Emirates, in other parts. Can we think of having a wider sphere of influence by including certain countries in the Middle East? Can we also expand the scope of SAFA by taking up the Central Asian region, where the accounting profession is very new? And at the Institute, we have been receiving requests that can we have more mutual recognition agreements or MOUs with Central Asia? I would not tend to say that we take up ASEAN, Africa, Australia regions, because there is CAPA, there is AFA, which we all respect, and I believe they have a very important role to play also. But as SAFA, in terms of what IFAC does, in terms of what PAFA does, there is affiliate membership or associate membership which is given to other bodies and other countries. Maybe it's something for the board to consider. Is it time for us also to reimagine the geographical limitations and take it forward so that SAFA can play a more important role in these developing countries in the Central Asia and also the developed economies, but where the accounting regulators or the accounting organizations, the PAOs, are not as prevalent. Thirdly, I think in terms of the opportunity that this year presents, India is uniquely placed this year because we hold the presidency of G20, and a huge presence of various accounting organizations, heads of economies, finance ministries will be there in India throughout the year because of the various tracks that G20 holds. B20, which is the business 20, where IFAC is very actively involved. Sustainability is a huge theme which is going to be taken up by the G20 countries. And can we consider using the opportunity and platform of G20 to have SAFA's presence in the events? I can share with you that the Institute has taken a principal decision, and we are now the principal partners of the B20 track, especially on the sustainability, and our council has resolved on it. We are going to now have 15-20 events with all the top countries in the European Union on these aspects. Can we also think of having SAFA presence in some of these events so that, as rightly mentioned by both of you, we are able to expand and showcase the role that SAFA has and meet the objectives and the mission statement that we have laid out for ourselves. And finally, with regards to the virtual learning and the digital learning, post-COVID in India, I can share with you that we used to have specialized certificate courses for membership, which were always done in a physical mode. These were on forensics, these were on technology, on blockchain, on various other aspects of the profession. And we used to do them physically. Today, we have no request. In fact, no committee is able to do a physical certificate course because everything has moved virtual. What I'm trying to underscore is that learning for membership and for students has totally moved digital. And yes, at the Institute, we have been able to invest in a very robust technological LMS, that is a learning management solution platform, in the form of the Digital Learning Hub. And once again, I reiterate, because I had the privilege of starting the DLH 4 years ago as the founder chairman of that committee. And we structured Digital Learning Hub in a manner that any SAFA country can use all the content which is available there, developed by the Institute for the benefit of our membership. Secondly, if there is a content which any SAFA country would like to develop and utilize it there, we are also willing to host it there and make it available for all our membership, for all the SAFA nations. We have spoken about DCMM, which is the Digital Competence Maturity Model, the 2.0, which is now hosted on the Digital Learning Hub. We similarly have a sustainability model, which is also the sustainability maturity model, where one can test the sustainability metrics of every organization through this maturity model. We are developing various other initiatives for audit quality and audit quality metrics, where one can assess the audit quality of each firm. And once again, from the Institute side, I will be very happy to offer these to the benefit of all the SAFA countries. And like rightly mentioned, it is not about the brand. We are happy to white label it so that SAFA brand can be there. Each country feels that this is my tool, this is my learning hub. And that is going to be also something that we are very happy to consider and provide. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President ICI. And yeah, it's a good offer. And that is why I mentioned whether we need to reinvent that entire digital learning hub, where it is already available with India, and it now comes from you that you are prepared to offer it and even host SAFA's material and events on the digital learning hub. We may in the course discuss and see how we can make best use of it. I have seen huge content is there on digital learning hub, and members in India are taking advantage of it. If you remember, even in last 2 years, it was told and informed that any member of SAFA can even use. So we may more popularize it and see that the members make full use of it. See Ranjit ji.
Thank you very much. First of all, my compliment to President SAFA, Vice President SAFA, advisor, and all the learned members present here in this very important strategic meeting. And I compliment President Sir for very comprehensively elaborating all the important issue which we had in the mind yesterday night in the flight. And in addition to what our President said, he rightly put all the points in the table. Last year, sir, I was the member of this PIB committee of SAFA, and we had suggested that the Institute of Chartered Accountants is a campus placement for all its newly qualified members. So why not we have a campus placement for all the SAFA countries? Those who are qualifying newly from the SAFA country, we can have a campus placement, online campus placement across the SAFA country, and ICI can give a helping hand in this regard because we have a system in place. We are also of the opinion that the other countries should be included in reaching out to the other country to expanding this horizon of the SAFA. And we are also of the same opinion that the committee should be cut short, more focus on the committee should be there. So focus area should be taken into consideration. And sir, it's a 38 years of the journey so far of SAFA, 1984. And next 12 year, we are going to be SAFA at 50 years. So it's a right time that we are introspecting what we have done in the past 38 years and what we want to take this SAFA to the higher level in next 12 years. So we must have a vision, an action plan of next 12 years. The SAFA at 50 years, what will be the SAFA? What will be the roadmap of the SAFA, and how we can see SAFA in the global map? Whether we have to include the country, we have to represent to the IFAC, and most importantly, sir, we have largest number, 4,25,000 members. So if the membership will not be benefited by the organization loses its relevance. So to make this membership beneficiary of our organization, we have to make this SAFA board a relevant and contemporary. And this is the right time we are discussing. I hope we will have a fruitful discussion in this meeting. And I compliment all of you for organizing this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you even for your offer for using the campus platform, which could be very useful for those who want placement within the region.
We have, sir, our portal where newly qualified members, we place them online and we invite the company online registered, students online interview, and we give them the placement in our country. So this can be replicated all SAFA countries.
Now, I think thank you so much, and newly nominated members who are present here, because I thought, yeah, online they are available. Mr. Ali Latif, President ICAP, is there on virtual mode. No. Mr. Mohammed. Yeah. Okay. Would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you very much. I just spoke to Ali Latif. He is not there. In fact, I think there are.
Am I audible?
Ali, are you there?
Mr. President, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. This is Abdul Rahman Khan, newly elected President of Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of ACMEB. Thank you, Mr. President, for your very elaborative opening the remarks, and Vice President for presenting the historical aspects and challenges. It's true that although our organization become quite old, we have established this SAFA in 1984, but in our achievement, we have achieved very little so far. It's true. And the problem is basically coordination, and that is the biggest problem we are having. I'm heading a committee, the SAFA, NPO, and Cooperatives Committee, and having difficulty to conduct a very small and simple research because we are not getting information from countries. Hopefully, if we can get all the informations, we can complete this project and we can undertake another one. Whatever you are discussing today to have or to make our SAFA more effective in terms of regional connectivity and connectivity between SAFA and IFAC, I believe under your leadership, if we can work together, it will create a great momentum. We are always with you. Internet connection is very poor, and that's why I'm getting disconnected at least 10 times. So I'm not sure how long I can continue this. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish every success of today's strategic meeting. I strongly agree whatever you take decision regarding after having threadbare discussions on our setting our strategy. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other newly nominated member is present on virtual mode? I think physically they are not here, those who are newly nominated. If they want to speak. ICAB, Mr. Moniruzzaman.
Respected SAFA Chairman, this is Sabbir Ahmed representative from ICAB. Unfortunately, our President, Mr. Moniruzzaman, is traveling, so he sent his apology that he couldn't able to attend the meeting.
Okay, I think we can now open it for discussion point-wise, or let us go point-wise. It will be better. Then whoever wants to speak can. You would like to? Okay.
So may I suggest one thing?
You speak here.
So may I suggest one thing? So let's display the point first, and then we trigger the debate for on each and every point. That will be very convenient and that will be very easy to resolve.
Yeah.
This is my humble suggestion, but it is up to the board.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, Mr. President, I think I thought that I should speak a few words because this is a very historic occasion, you know, because in 84, when SAFA was formed, the first office bearers or the term was held by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And of course, the vice presidency was held by the Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. So I think we have come back to the starting point. So that's why I say that it's a very good historical background. And also Sri Lanka is really the place where SAFA was born, you know, at this same premises. Of course, not this building was not there, but we had the whole building where we met all the SAFA bodies from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, all these countries. And so I think it's a very historical location. So I thought that I should just mention that because I think it's also at a time that you are making plans on the strategy, the plan, which will be of great benefit to everyone. I just want to mention a few things because I think the president mentioned that he wants to ensure that due to the short time period that we are able to start work. So what I want to suggest is there are various new ideas that have come up, but there are existing committees that have planned out various work. So let us discuss those committees so that then immediately their work can be carried out. Because then we don't have to discuss too much. Those are there. So the existing committees we discuss, but now the new ideas that you brought in are very important. Because you see, I must just say now, Mr. Talati was speaking. You know, Mr. Talati, earlier the accountancy profession was really recognized only for one area. That is for the auditing profession, you know. But now from what you said, you never said a word about the auditing area, you know, what you spoke of sustainability, the forensic and the digitalization. So I think we have now come up with all these new ideas, but the public, the people, the government authorities, all of them are not aware of these new things that we have done. They still think that we are there to put the rubber stamp and then certify the various accounts of various organizations. So I think we need to make this aware, because otherwise, whatever activities that we do will not get the recognition. They still think that there is a, because we are now more operational people. You see, when the professional accountants in business was formed, earlier it was the FMAC, Financial Management Accounting Committee, Accountancy Committee. Then they wanted to broaden it and brought in the PAIB. And I think the suggestion made by the president maybe to bring that cost and management accounting area in under PAIB would be a very maybe a very wise decision, because that was really the foundation. So let us bring that also in, so that then immediately there is no problem. We don't have to form new committees. The existing committee, and also the chairman of that committee is from Cost Accountants of India. So I don't think that there will be any problem on that. Immediately the thing could be sorted out. So those are some of the things, but I would suggest that we go through the existing committee, because I think we have they have given certain things, and let's see what are the activities we can start, because then immediately you have a action plan for things, then you bring in the new one, because I know the sustainability is a very important area, because today we have to bring that in. Then forensics is another area, digital is another one. Then the other offer that was made by Mr. Talati on the digital learning, let us offer it through the what you call the we have this one no, we have the foundation of SAFA. Let us offer it through the foundation of SAFA, because you said that you don't want to take the credit or whatever it is, but if you offer it through the foundation of SAFA, I think you still could use your same sort of thing, but maybe it goes through the foundation of SAFA. So in all the bodies could be serviced without any problem. Then foundation of SAFA will also not be able to, not necessary for them to maybe incur any additional costs. So that might be one thing I think Vice President would be able to look at that one. But I think that is the fastest way that we can launch the foundation of SAFA. We don't have to invent anything very new. So those are some of the things I thought that we should look. But the future of the profession, we need to look at it, because even if you look at IFAC, and also after the COVID, all the bodies are affected. You see the registration of students, whether these numbers are going down. Today, if you speak to anyone, they are saying that people are going into various new professions. Of course, IT and digital area is the most popular one, but there is a threat to the accounting profession. So what sort of action are we going to take? And I think the most important thing is that we are now shifting to an operational area. If we go into the operation area, we can take the place of many of these people who have no knowledge of accounting area. I think that would be a very good thing that we could do. Then, of course, on the international area, I think a good suggestion was made, but we need to be a little cautious, because already in our new constitution, we have what is called affiliates. You see, those are the other bodies that we can. Why not we bring them as affiliates and then see the gradual improvement, because all of a sudden we can't go to change our SAFA status to maybe to something else, but you bring them as affiliates, let them work with us. That will allow all of them to come in, because although we did that, that was not carried out. So I think that would be one way, that we immediately bring them in as affiliates and then see how we are working with them. And once things improve, then we can try to absorb some of them to our area. The other thing, of course, is the Bhutan. I think we have been working very closely with them. I think India also has taken some action on it. But what I want to suggest to Bhutan is, now we have our thing to say that we have to be incorporated by Act of Parliament. As a result, we are unable to get them in. We may be able to consider, if their accounting standards committee is one that is already recognized by the government and done, then we can bring them under observer or associate status. I think they're already there as observers, but maybe associate membership. So these are some of the suggestions that I made, but I want to see that the new president will be able to go ahead with some of the work and then immediately start, which is already there in some of the other important thing I want to mention is the economy. Now, today in all our countries, the most important thing is the economy. Now, the connection of our accounting profession with the economy. Have we done enough on that? You see, because today, a lot of the countries now, even Sri Lanka, we are having a very big crisis in the economy. But if you look at it, it is really due to financial and cost management or expenditure management. So these things should be really brought in, and we should do the comparative studies. If you can do comparative studies on the economy, earlier we used to do taxation, almost annually we used to do that, but those are not there now. So we must do then the education. So all comparative studies, I think we should do for our member countries, so that will be helpful, and we can put that to the countries when we are negotiating. When they are doing something, we can say, this is our SARC status, so please look into this and do it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, President. First of all, I must congratulate Sri Lanka, CS Sri Lanka for holding this strategy meeting. And also appreciate the ideas of rationalizing the committee's number. That must be focused and, productive rather than is in detail and many committees. And due to this, the time we have to go for the presence of SAFA in all the countries and also add other countries. This is also appreciable. And sir, just like President of India, CA India said, that we should also focus to the SAARC countries and also to the Gulf side, where we have so many members are working there, and we can support them with the help of SAFA. Bodies are already, POS are working there, but if SAFA support them, and it will be more, facilitate them and other things, we can go for it. Government lies on and regulators are working, all the POS, and especially in our country now, Ishwaq Tola Sahab is, as a state minister, is also working with the regulator and for the simplification and other, regulations to be discussed, and they had invited all the experts for these, and this is also a good idea. And digitization is no question about this, sir. And you have also discussed the how we can utilize our funds, and I can suggest that we should consider the digitization impact and for the SAFA and its presence and on the social media and other things. And to taking this opportunity, I would like to say that we are, you all people know, organizing international convention in Pakistan on 18th and 19th March. And we have also invited President IFAC. She is coming. And the SAFA board meeting is also, we have arranged on 18th. And we should like to invite all of us who are present here and their members to attend this Congress. With these words, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I think now we can go with specific items and then everybody would. So first item would be that committee's list. We will, everybody has got on the table, or?
Yeah.
Mudit? So you can look at this committee list. And if we can invite suggestions for reconstruction of these committees. Actually, one suggestion I had put that SMP committee, we can broad base and include MSMEs and startups. For other committees, wherever you feel we can combine. In PAIB, I had suggested that one suggestion which has come from President of Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We can incorporate that in PIB committee. Committee on Cost and Management Accounting. So cost and management accounting, it is part of activity for accountants in business. So if we can have a separate vertical for this within the committee, it would be better rather than having a separate committee.
This committee on cooperative and NPO.
Yeah.
I think it can also be merged with some other committee.
Can we
Actually-
suggest for that one, PAIB stroke FMAC, can we put it?
Sorry.
No, for that committee where you bring the cost and management accounting, if you can put PAIB stroke FMAC, but the earlier name that we had, Financial Management Accounting Committee, with the,
We'll include it in the scope because this PAIB will align with IFAC also. There is a PAIB committee in IFAC. So because one agenda is to align our activities as much as possible with IFAC. So in the scope, we will expand in terms of reference. When we revise the TOR, we will include this extensively there. Even this suggestion, see today, the action plan from committees. I said 3 committees have not sent. One of them is NPO and cooperative sector. if we are able to merge it with other active committee, I think even in NPO and cooperatives, we'll be able to have some work done there. Which committee would suit more for this one? PIB or small and medium?
Sir, what is this so far this committee performance of physical committee to study physical regime and statutory requirement of business in SAARC region?
Number 12.
Actually, that committee,
So far, what we have done in this committee?
I think these are the two committees were not active last, I would say 3 to 4 years. And with greatest difficulty, we were able to activate these two specific committees. I think it is high time for us to go through the TOR of all these two committees and see whether we could take the major items or the areas and incorporate into the other committees. I think because one of the
if some of the TORs can be incorporated in some other committee, we may resolve today to not have this committee separately, but have the terms of reference incorporated in some other committee. If
I think as suggested, you can bring that under SME committee, that cooperatives and because that is also small sector. No?
NP, yeah.
Yeah, I think that
What I suggest, President Sir, is we identify certain committees which we all feel are not required as separate committees.
Yeah.
How to restructure them? I think President, Vice President are there, they're authorized to other board. You may sit and sir restructure the naming and
Yeah.
everything else.
Yeah.
I think that will be easier. But today, I think I agree with the suggestion. I think committee number 11, number 12, those we can in principle agree that should be discontinued as separate committee and maybe merged or subsumed by some other committees TOR.
Okay, this will internally discuss and just see that their TORs are incorporated and committee is discontinued. So
Yeah. That's right. So even anti-money laundering can be amalgamated with
yeah.
Yeah,
May I suggest one thing?
anti-money laundering could be, merged with committee on with professional ethics and this thing.
Which one you said? Sorry,
3 and 11.
money laundering.
Money laundering
AML,
along with
yeah.
the professional ethics and these things. Could be.
The subject is specific committee.
and
So may I suggest one thing?
Coming based on ITEC alignment.
Mr. President,
Yeah. So
Mr. President,
to align our committees with IFAC, suppose we find some committee which is very much necessary. This is Vice President's suggestion that we discontinue those which are really non-functional and merge their TOR with some of the other active committees which we can. And also look at the committees at IFAC. If there is any committee which is very active there with good mission and vision, then next time in the board meeting, we will propose that these are the committees which we can incorporate here.
sir, this is what my suggestion is,
Yeah,
that you office bearers can just look at it in consultation with the chairs. You can merge it, you realign it in accordance with the guidelines of IFAC,
yeah.
and then you can come back to the board and board can agree or disagree with that.
Put
So
it
I
as
think,
an
I think
agenda, yeah.
to save time, this is the prime agenda, and I think this is the need of the hour. We have got so many committees. I was part of quite a few committees, especially in the fiscal law, but there was no activity.
Yeah,
I have designed a questionnaire for the entire region to be sent to the chair of the committee, which was Nepal, if I am not wrong. And there was no movement in that. So since last 3-4 years, that committee is almost a dormant one. So I think we need to reactivate that as well. But this is not in line with IFAC. Fiscal law is not in line with IFAC. Considering the position and the legal requirement of this region, I think this committee is a must committee, and I think it needs to be rolled over and it has to be activated like anything. So this is my suggestion. So you let the board authorize the office bearers to look into it and come up with a plan in the next board meeting.
sure. Okay, so on committees, so much we'll come sit together, come to the board with the final proposal. Second, on social media presence, if Vice
Mr.
President.
I just want to take one point based on the discussion that we had. Now, in the case of committees, one of the problems that we had was last year, when you go through the TOR of each committee, the scope is very wide. So, but at the end of the day, when you do the evaluation, the things that you could undertake is very limited. So therefore, again, I'm requesting, to go through the terms of preference of each committee and to see whether we could include only what is possible to undertake. Thank you.
Sure, TORs also we will have a relook. And what about the tenure of committee? Should it be 2 years or?
Just before that, Mr. President, are you going to take now the certain committees have given their action plan? Are we going to discuss at this
Yeah.
meeting? Will we discuss?
Once we complete on this strategy, the next will be to take up action plan of committees. The respective chairman will present. So shall we enhance the tenure to 2 years from 1 year? There will be continuity and it will give some direction. That is the.
There is a practical problem. Actually, even earlier, we had suggested this thing, that they should be there for 2 years. But what happens is the institute will be there, but the person who is holding, because of various changes that are taking place in their council, these members are changing. I think that is really a practical problem that is there. So whether you're going to have it for the institute or whether it should be the same member is a thing that the institutes will have to decide, because always, even earlier, the same thing was told, but what happens is maybe because of the elections and other things that are happening, that there are changes, and also committee members also same thing is happening. So that might be something that one has to look at how this practical problem can be overcome. I'm sure, I think Mudit must be aware of what is happening. If you just get his comments also, it might be useful.
Even traditionally from India, every committee chairman changes every year. And generally it is the practice to put the chairman of the committee as a chairman of the committee in SAFA, nominated by president. So if we increase the tenure to 2 years, probably that change cannot happen every year. That is.
The President, just to take from Professor Watawala,
Yeah.
it is not a problem of SAFA. It's a problem of the individual institutes. So the
But
question
it's-
is, as far as SAFA is concerned, the same person can continue because it is by country. So the membership is by country. So then the question is, who nominates the person? So now I have been chairing accounting. Every year you find a new face, but representing the country.
Even at IFAC, the tenure of committee is 3 years.
So
So if we can have it for 2 years, it would
That's
be.
right.
So President, us having it for 2 years or 3 years or even 5 years is of no use unless the respective PAO ensures that the same person continues. So there's a difference between the two.
No,
You-
I
you
think what
can
we mean,
fix-
what we meant is the same person to continue for 2
So
years.
that is something beyond us. So we
No,
had
so
to
that's
then
why we
ensure-
are,
So then we had to ensure that you communicate this to the PAOA and tell them that whoever they nominate must stay for 2 years. But extending the term in the committee here has no meaning because we are extending for the country. No, it's not for the person.
No, his
I think,
point
Mr.
is-
President, what we should do is now the board, board representative can change annually. That is no problem. But we should tell the institutes, like what they are nominating to IPAC and other organizations,
Yeah.
that whomever they nominate should be there for 2
2
years.
years, yeah.
I think, and then they should officially write to us and say, we are nominating so and so. The period will be from such and so. The council will approve that, their council.
So-
I think that would be the best
That's
thing
right.
to
So
do.
practical issue they may come across is if a member is not a council member next year, they will have to continue and
My question
complete
is,
the term.
how does it operate in IFAC there?
No, I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is they will have to understand that there will be,
But that is not a problem, actually. Even if a member discontinues as a council member,
Yeah.
in SAFA, he can continue because by virtue of being a council
So-
member, if he is nominated,
So, but that's the problem.
even in IFAC, that happens.
No, so that is the issue, President. So that is a issue of the member body.
yeah, so
It's
all
not
are,
the
if
issue
all
of
are
SAFA.
agreeing, I think that,
So the member
2
body.
years to have continuity.
So the member body
And-
must nominate a person who will continue for 2 years. Now, unfortunately, the member bodies are structured in such a way, these are council people who get nominated, and if they drop from council, automatically they get dropped. That's a problem of the member body.
So the respective institute has to take a call.
Exactly.
Whether the member is in the council or not, or chairman of the node of the committee, he will continue for 2 years. That
Should be
call-
the, I mean,
they
country
are-
context, I think, yeah. Rather than an individual member, it should be the country context, a board member, I mean, this SAFA country member should be given for 2 years. And I mean, whenever they feel that sudden legacy will be transferred to the, I mean, another, the chair, whoever comes, but country legacy will be there, I think.
It is even today at IFAC, the person, even after the council membership, he continues. So
So I think, sir, what you're suggesting is that the board determines the tenure of the committee to be 2 year, after which the chairman will
Yeah.
change. For example, in the IFAC, it is 3 years and he's eligible for reappointment for a period of 3 more years. And the maximum tenure is 6 years.
6 years.
So what happens there is, in example, in IFAC, today, for example, I'm nominating somebody as the president, as a committee member of IFAC. Then he will stay in 3 years. In interim, he may not be in that committee in India. He may not be a council member because in the interim, either he is becoming vice president, president, or he is not
Term
getting
is over.
elected in the general election, or his term in the council is over. It can be any of these things.
yeah,
But we have to continue him for 3 years.
that's right.
That is what the expectation of IFAC from PAOs is. So similarly, I believe what we will have to do here is that the SAFA will lay out a expectation that whenever you are sending a nomination, the tenure of nomination of the chairman will be 2 years, irrespective of the fact whether that person is a chairman of the respective committee in the local PAO, B, a council member, C, getting elevated as president and not part of the council, or his tenure has ended. Any of this will not make him disabled from continuing his chairmanship in the second year. And that is for the member bodies then to have a acceptance on the fact whether they have the structure within to have the ability to nominate somebody for 2 years.
Yeah.
But speaking for us, I've already discussed with the vice president, and I believe in the institute we are nominating for foreign bodies for tenures which
For
are
3
exceeding
years.
1 year. So we have a precedence in terms of CAPA, even in IFAC, other bodies, in our XBRL boards in other locations where the tenure exceeds 1 year, and we have still continued to make the nomination. So I think it's for the SAFA board then to agree whether you want to affix the tenure to 2 years with the consent of all the PAOs.
I think I
Actually,
agree.
see-
Even Sri Lanka practice is the same. So we normally nominate it for 2 years. Even SAFA, currently the practice is.
See, your point that the POA should ensure that the chairman actively works is correct. That all facilities should be given to that chairman to work at SAFA.
Exactly. Yeah. So this becomes an economic issue also in some countries. So the question is, if you are not on council, for example, or not on the body, then does the institute continue to support the
Yeah.
logistics plus the cost issue?
No, that has to be there because
Yeah.
see,
No, no,
even
I
that
agree.
member or any other member,
I agree with you,
The
President, but the
institute
problem
will
is
have to-
sometimes justify. Now, so Sri Lanka, that is how we operate. Because now, for example, I'm not earlier I was their president, but I'm not in most of these things, but they continue to support me. Because at the end of the day, the technical division here has to support me in my activity, which is the cost
Yeah.
of the council. But that structure has to be there in your POA. Otherwise, what happens is if a member who's not in the institution is continuing here, whether you will support him with the administrative assistance, the costs and various things like that. So that becomes an issue. So that is why I said it's a problem with the POA.
They can amend. their
Sir,
structure.
I propose to have it for 2 years,
Yeah.
but the respective institute or the member must ensure that they should nominate a person who shall work.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, my experience of SAFA committees are not really very good. In fact, I headed a committee or a task force for AML, and Mudit can vouch for it that within 3.5 months, we wrap it up and we said, okay, now it can be a full-fledged committee. And the board, I must appreciate the board, they have accepted my suggestion and they transform it in a full committee. So I think it is dependent upon the respective chair of the committee, and we must ensure some safety valves in it as well. If someone is not working, maybe we can tolerate it, him or her, for 1 year. But then we cannot tolerate
Yeah.
them in such a dormant committee for 2 years. So we have to really create a balance between that. The only way we can handle it is just to ask the respective bodies or members to nominate some agile person who can work and who can deliver. And that is it. I mean, rationality is there that we can have a 2 years tenure of a committee, I think.
So
Yeah.
President, there's another issue. This I'm not too sure for all committees, but for technical committees, that is an issue. The close cooperation of the member who's sitting on the committee and their respective technical units in the institute. These don't quite work. Mudit will vouch for me. We have had enormous problems getting information because the member who sits on the committee, for example, doesn't have the authority, or I don't know, whatever you want to call it, over the technical committees of the institutes. So then when we want to get information, it's impossible to get.
Yeah.
But the respective institutes should face.
That's right. So we can name some of these committees, especially technical committees, to have someone who is having that kind of a
Linkage.
profile.
Yeah. And also the linkage, because
Yeah.
the problem is they find it difficult to push. So let's say in the institute here, I can push the technical, but if a member who doesn't have oversight over those operational
Internal operation.
yeah, they don't get the necessary support. So then this whole thing gets prolonged. So if you notice some of the studies we do, it takes a long time to have the outcome, because each time a committee member changes, they have different views coming into the paper.
See, if we decide to go for 2 years, we can write to all PAOs that you will have to facilitate the person nominated as chairman to work for 2 years, irrespective of the fact that he is part of the respective committee in your PAO or not. So that we can write, and the PAO should ensure that.
Yeah.
Then what is
Committee
the
members
problem?
included, not only chairman.
Yeah.
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 Then it's frequency to be on multiple basis. Then things will be, focused and to be implementing.
Right. It would make difference. Continuity is required, and for a committee like sustainability, accounting standards, continuity makes huge difference, because there the changes come up so fast that past history, this background, 2 years would be a reasonable tenure.
And
So-
person appointed as a secretary as well. I think sometimes the issue is the secretary even can't explain what were the discussion, because secretary is purely from admin side, especially for technical related committees, whether there is someone who has that ability can be appointed as the secretary representing particular member body. More of Mudits, yeah.
Mudit,
Yeah,
Chairman,
that's right.
right?
Sorry, they are also professors.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mudit, I think, should tell. Sometimes it's very frustrating because you just don't get the feedback.
See, at present, if and Mr. Bandara will confirm that whenever there is a program of IT committee, secretary of DAB, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, is always present.
Yes.
Amit Gupta, and he facilitates.
Yes.
So we can note down this as some of the guidelines to PAOs, that if person from your institute becomes the chairman of the committee, then the secretariat and other assistants should be provided to him or her.
Sir, in my humble view, that was given when we assigned a committee to any
Yeah, that-
member body. This is the duty of that very POA or institute to give a designated officer to assist that very chairperson to perform.
So it goes without saying.
It
that-
goes without saying, but if we have to remind it,
Yeah.
good luck.
Sure. Okay, next we take up social media.
Yeah.
Vice President will.
So this the idea is
Take it up.
actually how do we I think some of you also may agree that our visibility, what we do as a body, I think we need to take it to the region. So my suggestion is to start with some of these platforms that we, under SAFA brand name, we create SAFA accounts for FB, for LinkedIn and any other platforms, and start profiling and then publishing some of the things that we do as a member body and continuously provide those updates. So we'll have to agree how we take up these things. So respective committees also might have to come up with their ideas. How do they give publicity based on work that they continue? And respective member bodies also to, let's say if there is something published in SAFA pages, to share it among their membership. So we create that awareness among everyone and giving this digital presence for SAFA. So to that extent, we are trying to start something here from Sri Lanka itself. After this session, we are trying to get some video recordings of some of you and then start publishing through newly created these social media pages.
Something like press conference that we do, we can do here through social media. I think we have PR committee, and some of the initiatives that PR committee at India does, you can share if we can replicate here.
So I can, from our experience, share with you that in India today, we are close to 2 million followers on all social media handles. And the institute has ensured that it's present on not just Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, but all the major social media platforms. And I think it largely addresses also the point that Professor Vatavalu was making. How do you make this profession exciting for the new generation? And you have to catch them where they are. So they are not in magazines, they are not in newspapers, they are actually on social media. And to make the profession attractive for them, you will have to also be present on the places where they are. So I'm fully supportive, Mr. Vice President, of this initiative that you've taken up. What will be important are 4 or 5 issues in my view. One, have social media handles. I think that you should go ahead and create right away on all the 4 or 5 major social media platforms that exist. 2, content. So every meeting that SAFA does or any subcommittee does, there must be a responsible person. Any one PO can take up the responsibility, who collects images and post them on the SAFA media handles. Thirdly, each individual PA also propagates them. 4th would be some, like you rightly mentioned, video contents, areas which affect the entire region that can be taken up. And finally, how IFAC does it, certain research papers, call for action. For example, certain calls for action that SAFA can make.
That's right. Even polls, surveys,
polls, that will make the social media more interactive.
Exactly.
So I think these are some ways in which you can do it.
So that's what I meant. Even by research mean it's not this paper research, even your surveys can be.
For example, how you showed your ranking of 1 to 10 today. It was an easier way of saying whether SAFA's mission has been established. So similarly, members' expectation from SAFA, from the accounting profession, smaller straw polls, as we call them, they can have. But on this topic, I would request the Vice President of ICI to also share his thoughts, because in fact, he has activated our social media ever since he has taken over and we are seeing huge traction.
Okay.
So Ranjit bhai, some thoughts from you to share with everybody. In fact, at 10:30 in the morning from our social media handle, already images of SAFA were tweeted from ICI's handle, thanks to our Honorable Vice President. So I think that is the speed with which even we should work. So over to our Vice President. Social media.
Thank you, President. Like in the World Congress also, you might have witnessed that 4 days we were set in the back room with the 10 people. And the moment session started, we have taken the photograph, they have WhatsApp us, and we made the tagline and sent to the old social media. So by doing these 4 days, our total impression in the social media across 9 crore. 9 crore across the globe. So it is a huge impact if you go through the social media. And right now also rightly said, we have already tweeted from ICI Twitter handle that we are attending this meeting. So social media and now the people are young. Most of the country people are young. So they want to use this media. So we have to reorient and revise our policy, how to make it active. And we are ready to help you out the best way we can.
Thank you.
So you can start Twitter handle today itself.
Yeah, let's create an account.
We can create an account and after today's meeting is over, it can be put there, even on Facebook or Instagram or wherever. All. Yeah, so I think this is resolved. Everybody is in agreement that it must be projected to the region, what we are doing. Once it goes on all these social media, it will not be confined to just region. It will go throughout the world. So even others will know what we are doing.
Sir, may I suggest that since Indians have a great exposure in that, let us use them and let us make our own social media, say web pages or maybe Twitter account or Instagram.
That's right. So we'll.
I think let's make it and let's use their expertise. Let's not reinvent the whole wheel again. And Mr. Agarwal, obviously, he has a sizable experience of 4 days.
Yeah. So
Please, sir, let's resolve it. Let Mr. Agarwal use his expertise.
Mr. President, I have a comment on the social media.
Yeah.
I think one question I have is how old is our logo? Don't we need to relook at our logo? Yeah. And the second point is our website is not very up to date with the modern technology. It looks very old, especially not really attractive for the young people. So I think we may need to relook at our website and redesign the website as well. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Then next is research, country specific and overall. I think this is also a very important agenda which we could not pursue in the past, but we need to now activate. Last time we had thought, but then by the time, as rightly said, time is very limited and it passes so fast. Let us catch up and do something on research front. So as a starting point, what would you suggest? Country-specific researches on economic development. Will the PAOs be able to identify people who will take it up and we facilitate from here?
Can we do for all the countries on this economy? Because that's something that will be very useful to everyone, because there may be countries that are doing well on the economy due to certain reasons. And there are others who may be doing badly due to certain reasons. So then where they can then look at whatever is good and then even recommend to the different governments as to what should be done. I think economy is today one of the important areas. If we can look into it, that will be a good thing.
I think last year the Education and CPD committee developed certain guidelines. I really do not know whether they have completed that one. So it is in the TOR as well. I think we will be able to expand that one to cover all these areas as well.
So PD committee, education and PD committee can take it up. But again, country-wise, that committee itself will have to identify persons and.
What I'm saying is, countries, because comparison is something that will be very useful, because what good has been done, what is the reason for their development, what is the reason for any deterioration, maybe say even say exchange rate, various things that are there, so that's why I'm saying if we can have a comparison, that will be very good,
Separate.
If we can, each country can say, give their papers on the economy, then we can see from that where we can extract what is good and what are the reasons.
I think at committee level, what they discussed was that to have a research symposium similar to the SAFA conference. So every year we have SAFA conference, but similarly we wanted to have the research symposium. So then each country can present their papers or collectively or individually. So that is, I think, given in the TOR. So we can incorporate other things also.
Mr. President, I think first we need to decide on what is our priority agenda for the next 3 years. I think once we decide that, then it will be much easier for us to decide on the research project, so that it will have a clear objective, and then we will be contributing to our agenda. I think that we are not really clear on our priorities for the next 3 years.
See, the instant reaction to this could be economic development, sustainability, finance and tax literacy could be the priority areas.
Sir, can I add one more topic if you allow me, sir, which we are also pursuing at ICAP? That is parallel economy. The core reason for all economic ills in this region is parallel economy. And I think without debating that very topic with objectivity, I think the economic woes of the region will not be resolved. So in my humble view, we have already triggered this topic. And second one is ease of doing business with specific reference to the simplification of tax laws. So we have initiated both these topics, and we have just started, so it will take time. May I humbly request that we should include this, and this is the core issue. Economy is, yes, obviously Pakistan is in a dire strait. Sri Lanka has really faced a tough time. Region is also really in a difficult phase. So I think we must learn from the experience of each other, and economy, especially these topics, must be pursued on emergent basis. This is my humble suggestion.
Or can we leave the topics also to the committee, and they can make extensive discussion on this and come out with topics?
So I propose the board committee on that. This is very important topic, and let's just resolve it. Not maybe today, but maybe in the next board meeting, but make a small committee of the board to select those topics, and then this is, I think, the ideal situation. If we leave it on the committee, then they will meet, they will suggest, then it will come to the board will again deliberate. It will take time.
So in the agenda to restructure committees, if suppose research, we are so serious, we can have a separate committee on research and start the efforts immediately. In India, we have for many years, I think from 1955.
I think coming back to what Hassan mentioned, do you have any areas, like since you are looking at research as a priority, but research can be looked at in terms of a priority area. Do you think there are areas that we need to prioritize as a region, or can we look at prioritizing align with the IFAC? What do you feel?
I think sustainability is a very important area. Still, there's a lot of complexities on the sustainability reporting side. And in South Asia, we are quite unique. For example, in Maldives, the environmental challenges are very different from India. So I think when the standards become effective, it is really important to identify or to know how these standards can be implemented in the region. I think it's a key area which we.
And I would suggest in 1 year, particularly first year, only 1 or 2 areas we should pick up, have research done, have paper released, and then only go to expand the scope in the coming years.
Yeah.
Because this is not something which will pick up from year 1.
Yep.
So 2 or 3 areas we will identify and see what we can start.
Sir, President, sir, can I say?
And next area.
President, sir, Nehar Jambusari, sir. Hello.
Meetings with regulators, which we are not doing.
Nehar Jambusari, sir, can I?
So in every country where we have SAFA meeting, so like the meeting that we generally have when any chairperson of any committee of IFAC visits, they would generally like to visit regulator here, RBI or SEBI, or along with the local president, vice president. So same practice we can develop for SAFA also. For example, we have one meeting in Pakistan now. So with your regulators, if you can organize one meeting, it could be SAFA along with local president,
Sir,
vice
done.
president.
We meet up on a regular basis with our both regulators. We meet up with the State Bank, we meet up with SECP, Security and Exchange Commission. So if you want, both of them will be there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But there are different regulators. No, supposing if you look at the banking area, maybe central bank governor, then of course auditing and.
In fact, the governor of the central bank in Pakistan is also a member of ICMA.
Yes. Accounting or auditing now, if there is one on that area. So maybe if the finance ministry is controlling certain things, so maybe each country may have to decide who are the key people that they should arrange, but maybe maximum maybe 3 visits or so, which can be organized, which I think will be very effective and good for the country, a host country also.
Yeah.
What happened?
The host country can identify which regulators to meet. For example, in India, we have NFRS, C&AG, SEBI, RBI, so many regulators. Even 1 or 2, if we are able to meet, then also.
The thing, of course, is the foreign ministry. I don't know, because you see now, because now SAC is not active, you know. So whether who is going to support us? Is the foreign ministry going to support us? So that's might be.
But what is the starting point for SARC? Is the headquarter of SARC situated in?
No, at the moment, the problem is they are not inactive. So we may have to wait till SARC takes off in order that, because you see, actually, if SARC was there, all these problems we are having about visas also would have been sorted out, no? Because we will get the, we will be able to get the SARC visa. So then maybe you will have no problem in traveling to Pakistan. Pakistan will have no problem in coming to India. But unfortunately, that the SARC is inactive or non-operational, this problem has happened, you know.
He wants to talk, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Padmanabhan is on screen.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Respected Honorable President and Vice President, hearty congratulations to you on taking charge as PNVP, and similarly, hearty congratulations to Aniket sir and Ranjit Agarwal bhai. Sir, with regard to that research matter, last meeting in Dhaka, In fact, President Hinayaka Bandar sir and yourself were there, and Kurup sir and Ranjit Bhai also suggested that is on businesses on digital transformation, sir. It will include the case studies of examples on how companies with different scale of operations have adopted digital transformation and how financial professionals have led the digital transformation in their organization. This can be one topic, sir. Then another one which you all suggested to me when I was chairman, to develop ESG guidelines or standards for the SAFA region, sir. So if that can be included in our topic in the subcommittee which you are going.
Now, which standards you were referring? Sorry.
ESG guidelines and standards for SAFA region.
Yeah.
Because in World Congress also, when the CA Institute organized, they were also referring that IFAC, this thing in different countries, different this thing they are forming. So in for SAFA, what we can do like that, we also discussed that. And ultimately, if you can bring some guideline for the SAFA region, like standards, including your pet topics, sir, that digital transformation.
Okay, we note these topics, but as I mentioned in the year one, we start the research project with 2 or 3 subjects only.
Okay.
Then promote more subjects. Digital transformation could be one. And let us talk which one we can complete on time and in which area we have more researchers available, and at least start this initiative so that in future others will come up with more topics and areas.
Okay. Sir, one small request, sir. It is not with research. It is with regard to public relation. Like our friend from CA Institute, Aniket sir told about Ranjit sir. What I feel like in our institute, when Hinayaka Bandar sir and yourself took charge as President VP, and today you and Kurup sir, what we are doing is we are sending individual messages to the students also. That so and so has become the president of SAFA and vice president of SAFA. Then lot of questions are coming. What is SAFA? So that way now children are aware about SAFA. So in social media, everything I agree. I am also having 26,000 plus followers. Only person in Cost Accounting Institute having more than 25,000 followers. But what I feel is this younger generation, whenever somebody from our side is in the top, they should know that such and such organization is there.
Yeah, actually, I don't know when you joined, but then just before this was the agenda on social media. Where
Yes, I listened to Aniket sir and Ranjit Bhai. I was there. Just an additional suggestion that not only to the members, the generation next students also should be made known by individual message that SAFA, there is a body and so and so is president, vice president. Slowly, they will also understand, oh, there is one or upper level body or something like that for our. That is just a suggestion, sir. I know that agenda is over.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So on regulators meeting, SARC revival and whatever local regulators, whenever there is meeting, we should hold one meeting with the regulators. Yeah, next.
And we request committees to decide look at the strategy and see whether they alignment.
When they come for their action plan.
That's right.
We will ask them to do that. Okay, any other areas that you would like to propose? Actually, we have covered almost 4, like reconstitution of committee, social media presence, research, meetings with regulators.
Any formation of new committees, sir? Any ideas? Sir?
In
Additional
fact,
committees?
in fact, we were planning to merge some of the committees and try to reduce and even look at any new committees. So for the time being, for research, it has been decided that we should have a separate committee to promote research.
Yes, sir. We also support, sir. We also.
Yeah.
Mr. President, I think we are not very clear on the decision to admit new members or new regions. I think there is no clear decision on this.
You are not clear on?
Decision on, let's say, adding new members from Middle East or Central
Yeah,
Asian
that we
region.
can discuss now.
Yeah.
So we are 7 countries at present and 1 observer. 5 full members and 2 associate members, 1 observer. So shall we add Middle East countries, or shall we have Kappa, AFA, PAFA as associate member or observer? That is the question that, yeah, expansion of membership.
Middle East is a good suggestion. Middle East very much required.
So shall we invite them, but then will South Asian Federation of Accountants will be the right name? Middle East will fall in South Asia, or
So,
geographically, I do not know.
Sorry,
It
President,
will
the
not.
Middle East have accounting bodies.
Actually, I think this needs close study, you know, we can't just take a decision here because this has other implications, you know, with regional bodies, IFAC, Kappa. So I think this suggestion is good, but let us get a paper. Then it will help us to see all these complications that will arise.
So will
So that I think-
International Relations Committee take up this
Yeah,
project
we can take it
to
up.
make a research on this and then
Yeah.
come out with a proposal?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, right now, the advantage that we have is that we have the unique identity. When you say the South
Yeah.
Asian Federation of Accountants comes under the purview of the SAFA. So I think to my view is that, I mean, it may be too early for me to express my views. I think we need to keep the same identity going forward also. Otherwise, what will happen is when we expand this one to the other countries, so we will end up with nowhere, I would say.
Even
Even if
levels
you put it the
are-
Kappa, we are the members of the Kappa as well as the SAFA. So sometimes the members may not concentrate much on our organization, SAFA. They may concentrate on the other areas, but initially, I think our prime responsibility is to really concentrate more on the region. So I'm sure that all of us are having the right expertise and the right people. We will be able to really take forward the SAFA than other, I would say, the regional bodies.
Actually,
Even
if you look at
Kappa, PAFA, do they invite the members of
Yeah.
other accounting
yeah.
bodies?
They have affiliates.
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 Like the UK, I think ACCA and number of bodies are there as affiliates, and that also helps because they have to pay a subscription, and that helps them also. So we should also look at start at that, because I remember even with this new constitution under the rules, we were going to bring that in. So I think we should look at that seriously and do, because it will help, because one thing is the close association with them.
So
And
by making affiliate members, at least we will have a benefit of exchange of ideas or information.
Yeah.
May I, so I think to the immediate past president, the advisor, I think, yes, for one to say that we have our unique identity as SARC, very right, that it has given us the presence. We can proudly say that we are represented by the SARC nations. But the larger question was that, is it time to expand the outreach and the coverage of SAFA? Because when we are doing a strategy meeting, I think one must also be critical of oneself and ask whether in 38 years history, what have we been able to achieve also? And does that measure up to certain contemporary bodies which may not be as old? Certain other formations, the Asia-Oceanic group, so many other groups at the Edinburgh group who are able to dominate their presence on international forums, have memberships in the IFAC boards, on other committees, be considered in that aspect. Are we as SAFA having that kind of role internationally? I'm asking a question. I'm not saying that we do or do not, but I think somewhere one must self-introspect and assess whether that has been achieved. And does the changed world scenario, and here I include, because when we came and spoke about the World Congress, all the honorable board members would recollect, the then president and myself said that this is not the World Congress of ICI. This is not the World Congress of India. It's in fact coming to South Asia for the first time. And we wanted it to be a showcasing of this region to the world. And somewhere that with that intention, the World Congress was organized. And we saw that a lot of countries look at our region now very differently. And therefore, when one proposed, and this is what the vice president, myself, and in fact, a lot of council members of ours, because understanding the importance of this strategy meeting, in fact, we reached out to the entire council of ICI, President SAFA sir, and we have taken views of all council members of the 25th council. And a very large message from all our council members also is that you must look at expanding the reach of SAFA. Yes, it is good to be associated with SAARC. We are proud of it. We will always be the founding members. But should that stop us from looking at mentoring the newer countries, especially in the Middle East, where there are new accounting organizations being formed? When forums through SCOs, the Shanghai Cooperation, where our nations are looking at Central Asia as a very important aspect, should SAFA not consider having certain inclusions of them here? And therefore, President sir, I would suggest giving AFA, PAFA, KAPA, all of them a seat here. I mean, yes, we can. I would rather say that another approach would be to have larger countries be part of SAFA. And I'm not saying reconstitute immediately, as Professor Vatawala rightly suggested. Maybe give them affiliate membership to some countries in the Middle East, some accounting organizations in the Middle East and Central Asia. Get them to involve with SAFA, see what we can contribute to them, and then eventually take a step of reconstitution as and when the time comes. But should we today in the strategy meeting say no, SAARC only, or are we open to that thought? I think that is something that would be deliberated, and whatever everybody decides, I think it's absolutely fair. But should we not introspect and think about it? That was the only thought with which one shared his opinion. Thank you.
Because now the time is sharing of knowledge, sharing of ideas, co-creation. So even as SAFA, suppose some other countries enter as affiliate members or even associate members to start with, if we want to test it. So at International Relations Committee, you can test this, discuss and come with a proposal to the board. We can extensively discuss and decide finally. Next board meeting.
Mr. President, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, way back in 2008, so there was a representative from SAFA appointed to the IFAC, I think United Nations Committee. SAFA member was represented. And at the same time, there was a member from Sri Lanka. I think he was the advisor to the Education Committee of International IFAC. So I think we can propose that also. Or instead of having, right now we have representative from various institutes, but at the same time, we could have representative from the SAFA as well. So that was there, I think, 2008 and 9. I really do not know whether, I think that was...
Even at IFAC...
Should follow that up, because now earlier we were telling that we are looking at close relationship with IFAC, KAPA and the other organizations. So one of the things is that IFAC need to recognize, now they already recognize SAFA under the regional or whatever concept that they're having, also where we can nominate members to their various committees. Now, if that is obtained, then we are really at a very recognizable position with IFAC and KAPA. So I think we, as Mr. Hennagabanar mentioned, we should follow that up with IFAC and CAPA.
See, at IFAC, on most of the committees, even when they take nominations from country-wise nominations, they conduct extensive interviews. So very rightly, if our activities are commensurate with their activities, they will take some members from here on their committees. And we need to, that is why sustainability, accounting standards, ESG standards, now ISSB is doing the newly formed International Sustainability Standards Board. So we can have nominations there, provided we have those committees very active here and some members who can clear the interviews which they are conducting. I know that on their committees, they take members after conducting interviews. So we must.
To nominate,
May I add on,
the
sir,
right
sir?
to nominate.
Right to nominate. should be there.
Sir, as far as this international relation or I
Yeah.
think expanding the wing is concerned, I think we have been approached by some Central Asian countries to have our presence in those regions. And obviously, we'll go together. I think as a united body, we'll have much more say in that region, and we can allocate our shares. That is not a problem. As far as Middle East is concerned, I can tell you, I mean, more than 1,500 accountants from ICAP are also there. We have got diaspora in 58 countries. And they are really the ambassadors of ICAP and Pakistan simultaneously in India or maybe in Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or in Maldives or in Nepal. We are representing the world and we are representing our countries. I think let's form a joint chapter in each of the Middle Eastern country to begin with of SAFA. And let one POA nominate 1% for that managing committee and let them kick off the activity of SAFA from there. Obviously, there will be a collaboration and obviously it will pay them off in terms of employment, in terms of other resource sharing, in terms of knowledge sharing. So there'll be so much to do for them and they can contribute. As far as representing SAFA in international forum like IFAC or maybe Sustainability Board or some other forum, I think they have their own set of standards to follow. They give and they advertise the vacancies which are either for the respective area and then they conduct the interviews accordingly. So I think we can talk to them, but I don't think they will accept this version to give us blanket seats for representation of SAFA in those boards or maybe committees. So let's try, I mean, let's not discard it, but the chances are very slim. Let's organize our SAFA groups in respective countries like in UAE, maybe in Saudi Arabia, maybe in Qatar, Bahrain. We have our own chapter. Indian Institute has their own chapter. ICM has their own chapter. So let's unite them and work as a force to reckon with. Thank you.
So at International Relations Committee, you deliberate, we can have this as agenda in the next board meeting.
I think connecting members in the region is a good idea. I also feel, let's say even Middle East, if there are Sri Lankan, Indian, Pakistan, they can form as SAFA together. So that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Is there any possibility for us to upgrade the network partnership to the regional level? I mean, I think CAPA, that was the point that we were debated maybe 4 years ago. So Mudit, now we have been given the network partner status. So is there any possibility for us to upgrade that one regional status as far as the IFAC is concerned?
Sir, right now they have only one status, network partner. Earlier, they used to have two status, that regional organization and acknowledged accounting grouping, which they have discontinued. Now, all the regional organizations, be it CAPA, SAFA, PAFA, Accountancy Europe, all are IFAC network partner. So And then, sir, this nomination part, basically that nomination is the right of the member organization. And the
Yeah.
role of regional organization like SAFA is to assist those. And we have to make sure that nomination from this part of world, from South Asia, should be more. But that nomination will come from the member body only. And SAFA can only support. If SAFA starts sending nomination along with the member body PAOs, then it will be in direct, you can say, competition with the PAOs. So that also needs to be looked into, sir.
No, like suppose on one committee, for example, PAIB, they have already taken one nomination, say from India, one from Pakistan, one from, say, any other country. And if one seat is reserved for, say, SAFA, then
I would
who
say,
will-
President Sir, the role of SAFA should be to propagate the constituents of SAFA. So I think we should look at as SAFA or as a region. What is the representation we are getting? It may be Pakistan, Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, Nepal. But as a whole, if you're representing 400,000, 425,000, which your slide shows, out of 2 million, which is more than 20%, do we get 20% everywhere? I think that is more the voice that we should raise rather than saying reserve one seat, because I think it's a long shot in terms of because I don't believe AFA, for example, it's a huge body. AFA itself has so many members. We were researching in the morning, and plus they have associate members from CNZ, ACCA, ICA, WMI, CPA, GI, CPA, MIA, huge organization. But they will not directly give AFA. But what AFA is then able to ensure is that it's member body. So there is a representative of GICP I've seen always on the board, having worked in the IFAC board for 3 years as advisor or some other part. So GICP will always have a nomination. So I think the larger role of SAFA should be to ensure that our member bodies get represented on the IFAC predominantly and get our rightful share in terms of representation.
Even, sir, they will not give any kind of a reservation, because there are so many regional organizations like SAFA, Accountancy Europe is there,
There are
PAFA
15, 20
is, so they will not, so
everybody will then
ask for a seat.
So at least we look at this, that we make this CAFA, PAFA, etc., either affiliate member or whatever. If you present that study to the next board meeting, we can take decision, and other countries, in what way we can integrate that. Then next point was this finance and tax literacy. If within the region, we want to promote it. I said in India, it is successful. In other countries also, governments will appreciate, because economic development also depends on understanding of finance by general public. So if we want to start that under one of the committees, we can start that.
To all countries to conduct these financial literacy programs. I think if you can get that accepted by all the countries to conduct this financial literacy program. In fact, recently, even in Sri Lanka, there was a workshop where the ILO, then the central bank, all these people were involved, ADP, and they were wanting this financial literacy to be launched. And so if every country can, as a maybe a priority, do that, I think that will be a good thing, so that every country will carry out this financial literacy program.
Okay. We'll see some detailed.
President, sir.
We can look at which committee you can undertake that. If this committee. Even we suggest other committee. Yeah.
President, sir.
Education committee or any other committee.
Whether we need a separate one.
Yeah. So these were the,
President, sir.
yeah,
Sir, with regard to financial literacy and similar type of program in each region, like you told, in India, we are successful, and whatever sir told about the program in Sri Lanka, my humble request to you is, sir, this SAFA, whether each region, the government is aware or not. And if they are already aware, fine. Otherwise, President, Vice President, along with the concerned delegates of that particular region. For example, Aniket sir is there from CA Institute. Example, in India, like that Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Why don't the President and Vice President or President write a letter to the ministry of the concerned region, say in India, example, DFS or Ministry of Corporate Affairs, like that, so that they will know that there is one body, SAFA, which is ready to help reach the unreached. Even to the villages, we are ready to go and disseminate about the financial literacy program. Because whether government is aware about the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or Cost Accountants of India, like that, cost accountants or chartered accountants in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, whatever it is. But SAFA body, whether we have sent any representation to respective government, we have to see, sir. Because when we are doing, we need some publicity also. And government also should take us very seriously. So that way, what I feel is, as President of SAFA, a communication from your side to the respective region top heads, maybe Prime Minister or President of that country or that ministry concerned, then they will invite us and give us an opportunity to carry out our program, like we are doing successfully in India and Sri Lanka, like that. This is my submission, sir. Because the government is not aware, I feel, whether they should take us seriously, this SAFA body. For that, why don't we initiate some steps to make these people understand the functioning of SAFA and this thing. And secondly, sir, I totally support Aniket sir and our Pakistan representative that we should try for expansion. And you concluded nicely that whatever, sir, international committee will explore the possibility of expansion. And lastly, our friend told that each region will start asking for the thing. Let them ask, sir, or don't ask, but nothing wrong from our side.
hello. Network problem, it seems. Yeah, till then, I think some of the points, almost 6 points are covered. If any other point anybody would like to, and let us work on all this and see that.
Sir, I think we must restructure a committee and let us request the respective members to nominate those people who can devote time and can work. I mean, basically, in these committee, I have seen, people work on a volunteer basis, but they seldom attend the meetings and they hardly contribute.
Yes, some of the committees are totally inactive.
Literally, I'm telling, I can, Mudit can vouch for it, that when we made this task force on AML, only two or three people, we were at different times, we were difficulty in managing the quorum even for the task force.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we took the initiative and we just concluded that. But in my humble view, just filling the gaps and nominating people just out of courtesy or just for some political point scoring or benchmarking, I think this is not good for the forum as well. So we must try to the guideline to the respective members and POAs that they should nominate those members who can really give time and contribute. Like in IFAC, people contribute a lot. They attend the meeting, they participate in that, they contribute a lot, they read, they go through every paper and every line, every word of it. Whereas in our case, nobody bothers. So we have to take things seriously. If we want to work and really deliver, like I appreciate the comments made by CMA Papan, that we need to realize and we need to inform the governments, respective governments, that there is a body which is called SAFA and they are willing to help respective governments of the region. But first of all, we have to demonstrate that we have certain work which we can deliver. Yes, we have works in bits and pieces, like Indian Institute has some. We have got a very good digital accounting board. Women inclusion is there. The entire region is working on that, especially Pakistan is also working very hard on that. We are working on accounting standards, NPOs. But as a body, as a regional body, we have nothing to showcase. So first we need to showcase those things, and then we can obviously approach. In case of Pakistan, it is not a problem at all. And I'm sure that in none of the country we enjoy very good relationship with the regulators. But we have to work out some strategy to showcase some kind of resolve and some kind of deliverables before we can just trigger it. Thank you.
Yeah. So with this, I think suggestions on strategy we have received. Now action plans have been received from committees. So Mudit, can you coordinate with the chairman, and one by one we can call them and have their presentations.
Mudit, I wanted to pinpoint any mistake from you, but I was unable to. But this time I got one.
Yeah.
You have mentioned that the Women Inclusion Committee headed by Ms. Hina Usmani, and you have made a representative of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bangladesh. So please correct. She is from Pakistan. Mudit, this is the first and last mistake I have ever seen from you, I think.
Mudit, your secretariat. No, I can't blame Mudit because he knows everybody. He must have delegated to somebody who has committed this. Yeah. Yeah, कौन है पहले? Yeah.
I think, President, our work plan we have sort of given. There are two things in that we need to sort of add. One is the
Just 1 minute. Loaded है. ये Suppose we can break for lunch and 1 hour more. Wait, 3, 4, we should be able to. Yeah. Yeah, now you can, I think, start.
Thank you.
Can you zoom it? Little more.
We'll ask Mani to start.
We will be having it here.
Mani to start.
Yeah, you can start now.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, President.
Yeah. thank you.
So the first one is on we started this comparative study on actually it says quality review. This quality review is in relation to financial reporting. Audit quality review will probably be taken by the auditing standards committee. This is quality review in relation to financial reporting. In the SAFA members, say for example, each country might have oversight body, legal regulatory oversight body, which is overseeing the implementation and the application of financial reporting standards. So this is the reason for that is to understand the different regulatory frameworks that is governing the financial reporting in each of the countries. One that is not there, Mr. President, is that we also started a review of the IFRS 17, which is the insurance standard, which is now various countries have taken various adoption dates on the insurance standard, which globally came into effect from 1st January 2023 globally. But many countries, the standard setters have taken, so for example, in Sri Lanka, we have given a 2-year window for implementation because it's a very complex standard. So we want to study what are the application dates and also to find out whether there are any best practices in different countries so that that can be shared among our member countries. The other one is a comparative analysis on the carve-outs. Now, due to various reasons, due to COVID-19 as well as certain economic reasons, there may have been certain carve-outs given on the application of the standards. So we wanted feedback from the member countries to find out whether there are any carve-outs, and if there are, what those carve-outs, so that other countries can also pick on that. The next one is on this ISSB's 2 standards that has come out in draft form. For one, we understand that that is going to come out as a standard by, I think, next quarter. They'll put it out as a standard. So this will also go into sort of a financial reporting, in other words. So we will see what status each country is in and try to see whether there is any collaboration within the countries that could take place in the implementation and adoption of these standards. The other issue, Mr. President, was that we generally in a year we have a accounting sort of a standards conference or some session where we bring in international. We had one somewhere in the middle of last year where we brought in ESOG presentations from, that is Asia Oceania Standard Setters Group, and in some cases IASB. Now, the next one, we were planning to have it in December, but then I think Maldives came up and said they would want it to happen because they were having something in March. So I'm not now necessarily sure when that is going to happen, but during this year, definitely there will be a session where we will bring in international speakers to deliberate on current challenges in accounting and the new development in financial reporting. So that will happen at some point in this year. We were trying to link it with Maldives, but I'm not necessarily sure that's happening now. So basically that will be the sort of work program. And the most important one, I think, as President of ICA India was mentioned, I think as a regional body, one of the strengths that we have is that our comments given to international bodies will carry weight. So what we are trying to do is, now when a new exposure draft or when a standard amendment comes out, there is comments that is being sought by ISB. So each country will do their research and whatever it is and come up with certain suggestions for improvement or certain areas where due to our conditions or whatever it is not practical to adopt that. So each country will do that. So we don't want to sort of cross the sovereignty of these countries. So what we have suggested was that each country, maybe two or three critical points, if it can be given to SAFA, SAFA together will collect these and send it as a SAFA sort of a thing to the ISB, which will hopefully carry more weight than in individual countries. So that's what we are trying to do. But again, as I mentioned earlier, sometimes to get this information is virtually impossible.
So you have started calling for suggestions from
yes.
member bodies. And they have started sending.
So one last year there was one and we got. Now this year, if you look at ISB's work program, most of the things are not anything to do with new standards. They are all improvements on IS 9, IS 1, IFRS 9. There are some improvements that are taking place to the existing standards. So if there are, now those are also, they put it out for comment. Now, if there are any significant comments in the region, our objective was to collect those significant comments. And in addition to the country putting it through, to send it as a combined submission from the SAFA. So two things will happen. One is it will hopefully improve the profile of SAFA. The second one is I think it will carry more weight when it goes to ISB rather than an individual country submitting these observations. So that will happen this year it will dovetail, Mr. President, on ISB's work plan. So ISB has a work plan which they will, which is available now, 23. So our next meeting, we will deliberate on that, then identify the ones that we can make submissions, and we will collect that information and submit. So that's the plan.
Yeah, that was approved at the last year. I mean, as a policy.
Yes. So
the question is, as you rightly mentioned, I mean, in the event if we do not get the information from each institute, then we may not be able to maintain the credibility.
So that is the problem, and I think Mudit can probably give his views on this. Mudit spends a lot of time trying to collect this information. We keep sending a lot of email messages at the committee meetings. We try to ask the members to help, but then they discuss in the committee meeting. Once they get back, things go back into non-active status. So one of the things that observation that I had was, it's the coordination between the member who sits on the committee and the technical units, because it's the technical units that deliberate on this. So that interaction doesn't necessarily happen. So that's what I observe. I don't know, Mudit can probably add.
As rightly mentioned by sir, what we normally try to do is to get the comments from the member bodies, because if you really want to send a consolidated SAFA comments, you need at least comments from 5 countries. So it looks like a SAFA comments. Yeah. So what we feel that, I don't know the reason, but there is a possibility that some of the member bodies individually also do not submit their comments on various exposure drafts. So that's why getting comments and consolidating that at SAFA level, we are facing difficulties.
But you don't have member from each country in your committee?
We have.
You have?
We have.
So even they are not coordinating?
No. Actually, we tried, you can check with Mudit, we tried even getting a WhatsApp group going for the technical people, not the members. So try to directly liaise with the technical divisions of the institutes. Even that has been not very successful. So anyway, to rest assured, President, we will continue to knock on the doors and find a winning formula. But at the moment, I haven't found that. But we will continue, because I think, as Mudit said, some countries, what has happened is they are not necessarily deliberating also on this. So they don't necessarily have a view. So that's probably one reason. Then the other some countries, the level of adoption also varies. Sometimes they haven't really totally adopted IFRS. They've adopted different levels of standards. So those problems are there.
The only thing I can suggest is that when you send consolidated view, without mentioning how many countries have contributed, can you not send a SAFA view? Suppose 2-3 countries have done, and if others don't have any comment genuinely, why should we not send it with the comments of 2, 3, 4 countries?
We can, not that we are not sending,
Without-
sometimes we don't even get those 2, 3. That's the problem we have. So, that's what Mudit was diplomatic about it, but sometimes that's
Yeah.
not the
I think
problem.
Mudit is fully aware of it, I think.
Yeah.
So we need to improve that area.
Yes.
Not because if I
But we
just-
have to find a method
Yeah.
to get that what interaction and traction going. Because not what I gathered is not all countries have a fully dedicated technical units really looking at some of these things. They have their own technical area which they are focusing on, but not necessarily the standards. So sometimes that is also a bit of an issue. So, but saying that, President, we will continue to work on this methodology
Yeah.
so that we can try to get better traction.
Yeah, since we are discussing about the collection of information, partly, if I place before you, I mean, the status of what I have been trying to take, and Modi took a lot of time to get this information. Now I have released 4 newsletters. In the case of first newsletter, I did not get any information from 2 member bodies. They have been sending, I mean, the emails one after the other. My executive secretary also here, but unfortunately, we did not get from the 2 institute in the case of first newsletter. Second newsletter also, I did not get that from 2 institute, not the same institute, but different institute. And third one also, I did not get from the 2 institute. Then the fourth one, I just released the newsletter yesterday with greatest difficulty. I have not got the information from 3 institutes. You would have sent more than 10-15 emails to each institute, but unfortunately, so they are not responding. I think this area need to be improved a lot. Then only we can, you are talking about social media and things like that. So even to release all what we have done last 1 year through our newsletter, unfortunately, we did not get the information from them.
There, President, my suggestion is not necessarily accounting standard, but generally, I think we had to get in the buying in of the POs. So currently they are appointing members. So I think one other person said about the one of the committees which you all have, that they can't even get a quorum. So it's not necessarily it's the importance that the POs are placing on these activities.
Yeah.
So that has to be driven from, I think, the SAFA board to get the member bodies' commitment to say that this is also an important activity. And the most important thing, in my view, it's the positioning and branding of SAFA. So like doing social media and all is fine, but ultimately people look at value. What is that value proposition is the question.
Yeah, we should.
So if we can't, if our
Like the
member bodies
newsletter that he was publishing and which will continue, we can add one more feature. Vice President is suggesting that we give attendance, the number of meetings the committee has conducted, the attendance of members, which will automatically, I think, take care of some of the inactive members who are. And that is why Mr. Asfaq Tola suggested that every institute should ensure that only those who are interested in work should be nominated. And if there are inactive members.
Sir, may I add here something? I mean, let us give an exclusive right to the chair of the committee to contact office bearers in case someone is not contributing. And let the office bearer then contact the respective member or PAO to suggest that to replace the person with a more active person. I mean, if we just fix a tenure for 1 year of every member, then I think it will not contribute anything at all. So we have to fix some benchmarks for them. And the right one is, if somebody is not attending 3 meetings or not contributing at all, then let the office bearer talk to the president of that institute and replace the guy.
Yeah.
Let's show a clear guideline and work ethics as well.
Yeah, right now the requirement is that each committee need to have a minimum of 1 meeting. I mean, per quarter. So end of the year, they should have minimum of 4 meetings. But Supposing say if they have only 2 meetings for the entire year,
Mm.
so then how do we count the number of meetings attended? That's another problem. So I think as a matter of policy, we need to decide what would be the number of meetings that they need to conduct a particular year. So then, of course, very easy for us to manage the situation.
Sir, I already on the same line suggested that frequency of meeting should be increased as Badara Sahib said. Minimum quarterly meeting, and that can be on virtual basis. Then everybody will participate.
Yeah. So in the regulation, let us check. If there is no compulsion, let us even bring amendment and make it mandatory to have 4 meetings at least in a year. And if a person doesn't attend 2 meetings, write to the respective institute's president for replacement. This is what we can do.
We have the WhatsApp group, no? SAFA board member WhatsApp group is there, no?
Yeah.
Also, President, we'll have to do this gradually. We can't do it overnight. But the other one is these responses.
Mm.
That also might be able to, we might be able to, the same way that you're saying you don't attend 2 meetings. If what we have called for and we don't receive responses also, you might be able to put into that same model.
Because all these exposure drafts are very important for all the countries. And many countries are following IFRS without any carve out. So if you don't give response and suppose it is enacted as it is, the accounting standard is amended as it is, then ultimately they suffer and they come with the complaint that this is not commensurate with what it should be.
So that's the issue. Even
Yeah.
the 3 standards that were there, President, that is IS 169D amendment. Then IFRS 9, there was an amendment. And I think on Bearable 41, there was an amendment. Now those amendments have now been issued.
Yeah.
At the discussion stage. We didn't get any feedback from any other countries that we looked at.
Yeah.
So what you say is absolutely right. So people, unfortunately, what happens is that no one is interested at the draft stage.
Yeah.
They only get activated when it is put out as a standard or an amendment. So which time is too late.
Actually, the member from the respective country can identify who is appropriate person in that country to give response on that. And then evaluate and submit to the SAFA committee that this is the response of my country. So it is only that respective member of the respective country who can really make it happen. Because you can't really contact 4 countries, experts and have their comments.
Actually, because it is not working only, President, we started this WhatsApp group directly addressing with the technical divisions of those countries. Even
But
that
still there is no response. Mudit, what you suggest should be done?
I think because WhatsApp group is the best mode, sir. So because it is if we have a WhatsApp group, then nobody can say that he is not aware of that thing. That means intentionally he is not giving that information, or so how to address that thing is board has to think of, because once you send a mail, anybody can say that okay, I missed that. But in a WhatsApp group, where all our participants, if after reading that message also, if somebody is not responding, then
or
so let's make at the first stage, let's make a group, WhatsApp group of the council, this main board of directors of SAFA. Charity begins from home.
Yeah.
Let us contribute in that, and then form subgroups or maybe the committees.
Yeah.
And then we can make their groups as well. I mean, you have to do that. I mean, this is the easiest way of connecting to each other.
Out of 12, there are at least 3 to 4 committees which really need to send response to the exposure drafts: accounting, auditing, sustainability. some 3 to 4 committees. Others would not require these responses. Or in the secretariat, see if you feel it can work, we can give this responsibility.
Sir,
of
I can assure
making
you on behalf
calls.
of Arsalan Khalid, my committee chair from ICAP, on auditing standard
Yeah.
and quality control, that he is a very agile person and he will deliver. I know him personally, and if his committee will work, obviously he will deliver.
Mudit, you can make note of it and take his help.
Right. And I think, sir, one more challenge, more particularly for your committees, because there are so many groups, not only at SAFA level, but there is AOSSG, then Emerging Economies Group, then World Standard Setters, IFAS, so many groups on technical. So that could be, that could also be one of the reason that.
Yeah. So I think most of these people are on various groups, no doubt. They are directly responding to ISB, then some are responding through AASG, but AASG actually creates subcommittees and working committees. So there is, say, for example, if it is IFRS 15, which is on revenue, there is a subcommittee working on that.
For the main
standard.
committee, yeah.
Yes. Then I know so many subcommittees are there, and then they work on those. Same with IPSAS. So that's how they get the responses. So it's not the main committee. So I don't know, at some stage, maybe we may have to pick 1 or 2 critical ones and then have a dedicated subcommittee representing all the countries and working on it. So we will
take help from.
So we will look at that, President, how we can.
One person to call whenever there is a response to be called. You can send.
Mudit does a lot. He keeps sending a lot of emails, but unfortunately, there is no response.
Yeah. So up to June, you have given the plan.
Yes. So some of these, President, though it says June, I mean, I'm reasonably sure they will slip. This, especially on these seminar.
Sorry, Maldives, they have decided to shift to the July, no?
So that's it.
At the last board meeting, they decided because of this Pakistan meeting, we wanted them to shift it to July.
So now we'll have to coordinate with that, and then because one of the things is they were very keen to have this sort of dissemination of knowledge session, which we do at SAFA level in Maldives when they were having their accountants conference or whatever it is, so that we can then dovetail both and have it at the same time. So that was why the March was, I think originally Hassan was also suggesting March, and we were okay with March. So now we will push it to June and get it arranged. But we need a tentative date, because then only we can approach the resource person. We'll have to approach someone from ISB, ESOG.
Date they have not been
given. I think when we discuss the plan, we can discuss the plan with understand.
Yeah. Right.
So, President, no, some of the dates are for those particular reports. So now this is this practical experience issued by jurisdiction, that is feedback and report back to the committee. Those are reports, but there are some activities which will go right through the year. Those are the ones that are comments for these exposure drafts. Then those ones will go through the year. So there is no date as such for that.
Yeah.
And President mentioned in his presentation that the necessity to have separate standards applicable to this part of the world.
Yeah.
So are we going to include that also in the plan, or?
Yes. So that one we'll have to get feedback. So for example, each country will have to give feedback as to the core set of standards that are issued by IFRS or ISB, whether they adequately address the accounting needs of that country. So for example, now in Sri Lanka, we have 2 indigenous standards, one for SMEs, MSMEs. Very
now
small.
at country level, suppose it is the decision of, for example, in India, we have Ind AS. And we have some 3-4 carve-outs left out now.
Yeah.
But the ministry insists reduce as many as possible. So is there insistence from the government also that you must follow IFRS only, no carve out? Then, making separate standard will not make any sense. Because in countries, probably it is the policy decision of the government to whether go
So,
by.
President, the issue is now IFRS, when they are developed, they are targeted to a particular type of companies.
Hmm.
So they are targeted to probably entities which raise public capital and multinationals. So then now we have found that our case, we have very small businesses.
So those which are not public interest
That's
entities,
right.
for them,
You need to have some standards.
separate
Yeah.
standards.
So those are the ones that we identified separately. Then also now, if there is an area which IFRS didn't cover, now for a long time there was no standard on agriculture 41, but we had a standard here for plantations.
Mhm.
So there may be countries may have certain specific unique needs, which will not fit the standard role of what the IFRS or ISB is putting out. So we will sort of get some feedback for that. I think to address the question, we will get feedback and see whether there is necessity to have any standards outside the core set of standards which IFRS, the ISB has put out.
Yeah.
If there is, we will come back to you.
Hmm. Yeah. Next, is it over?
Sorry. Committee on Auditing Standards and Quality Control.
Arsalan is online or?
Mr. Khalid.
Hello.
Yes, Arsalan, carry on.
Hello. Thank you very much, the SAFA board, I think, for inviting on the Auditing Standard Committee brief. I think I was listening to most of the conversation on the collaboration challenges and the interaction within the committees. So we share the same experience as well. So I just not want to repeat, I think, what has been said in the interest of time. But as far as the Auditing Standard Committee is concerned, so we met a few times online, and the focus of our discussions was on two areas. The first one was on the international standard on quality management, which we have become effective very recently on 15th of December 2022, which is a very major shift and change in terms of the quality control standard that we had for the audit firms. So this change obviously required a lot of awareness within the audit firms. So we basically organized one of the webinars for the SAFA region, which was well attended by the representatives of the SAFA, by the audit firms, etc. We had a very interactive discussion on the challenges the new quality management standard posed to the audit firms, the issues that needs to be addressed, the guidance that is required from the forum of SAFA. So what we are doing now is collaborating to develop. So what within the Pakistan Institute we are doing is to develop a guidance material for the audit firms within Pakistan, and we are going to collaborate on that with the SAFA region from the forum of the Auditing Standards Committee of SAFA. And so as a follow-up the webinar that we did for SAFA, I think we are going to have some guidance material shared within the SAFA region so that the audit firms can take benefit, especially the small and medium-sized firms, which needs to have a relook at their system of quality control in terms of the requirements of the new standard. So that's the focus was for 2022. The second area that we discussed also from our experience from Pakistan was the use of the audit software especially for the medium and small size practices. And that's where we also want to collaborate. We heard that Sri Lankan Institute did some work in making an audit software, but that's perhaps in the test run phase. And we at the moment have not made any software of our own. as far as the Pakistan Institute is concerned, but we have shortlisted and an international software which we are recommending and which we have recommended to our members to be used, and we are making this use mandatory after a period of 1 year, at least for the audit of public interest entities. So we want to explore that area more within the region, and especially from Indian Institute, we want to learn that how basically we can think about developing kind of a regional tool for which can be used by the smaller and medium-sized audit firms for documenting their audit work. So whether or not it's possible, I think that's where we need to have more extensive discussions. And the third thing that we have planned for the next year, 2023, is what work from the auditing standard side we need to do on the sustainability area. Because as you may be aware that the ISB is developing a specialized auditing standard, and the work has started on the sustainability area. They have issued certain guidance also on the ISRE 3000, assurance on ESG and sustainability. That's area we need to have a closer look from a regional perspective, and the challenges that we would have when the auditing of sustainability would become more common, and I think that will happen very soon. So how, from a regional country's point of view, what standards and tools we may be needing to audit those sustainability areas? So starting with the research that the IFAC has done, we may start with an awareness session or a webinar, very soon in a couple of months on this area from the forum of the Auditing Standards Committee of SAFA, so that we share our experiences and perspectives and ideas how to make this sustainability area from an auditing point of view more, I would say, robust and also more smooth as a transition. So this is the really a pillar of our action plan for the next year, where we intend to spend most of our time. So sustainability auditing and the research around it, and the standards and guidance that we may share within the region on that. So those are a few of the, I would say, comments from my side, and we'll be happy to take any questions, suggestions from the board, and we can reshape our agenda accordingly. Thank you.
Any programs on auditing standards or for the benefit of members are you planning?
So the first program we are planning is on the sustainability auditing. That's where the new trend is going to be. So the research that and the material that is available from IFAC on the assurance of sustainability, I think that's where we are going to start our first program. Then we may also have a round of program on the quality management standards as well, to catch up on the experience that the region have on the implementation of those standards this year.
So have you scheduled any programs? And because this is up to June, so maybe this action plan, if
not yet, because we still have to conduct a meeting of the Auditing Standard Committee, which we are planning to hold physically in March, when the Pakistan is hosting the SAFA countries.
Okay. So in audit tools, you said, but what is the progress? Are you developing audit tools for small and medium practitioners? We had one project in India. I don't know where it is now. Ranjit ji, any audit tools project? Did it take off?
Audit tool project, sir, one project already take up, office management. But this practice management software is underway. This year we will do it in our committee, CMP committee.
Okay, so
Because, yeah.
Initiative by institute.
No, we have tie up with some vendors and on our requirement, they have customized. And this we will give to our member free of cost. We have earmark fund for that. Last 3 years, we have earmark fund for that. And from that fund, we'll give to the members.
Is it like technical side? Is it practice management?
Both. Practice management already given. Technical side, we are preparing.
The audit tools for
Audit tools,
documentation. and-
Audit tools.
Hmm. So you can just see if that project is not taking off. You can talk to auditing standard board chairman here or who?
CMP, Committee for Members in
CMP
Practice.
committee for members in practice. We can give you connectivity of the person who is in charge of this project. If you can have some help from him.
Chairman, if that is over, can I talk on the SME because you wanted to join the
Yeah.
MSME? Now, actually, this was suggested by our International Relations Committee to join, but since they didn't want to do it, last time we conducted the webinar that is on the UN day, 27 June. So we can continue that same thing. That is the MSME seminar, which we conducted. That's a SAFA SME workshop. We call it SME, but now we can call it MSME workshop. The UN day is June 27. So we can conduct an online workshop and then with the participation of all the countries. So that could be carried out. If you agree, then we can make the arrangements and go ahead.
Yeah. We should. Sure. Okay. Thank you. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
shall we break for lunch now and reassemble because many committees are there. So
Mr. Chairman, this is Sabir Ahmed. I was scheduled on the next. I got a dentist appointment coming up in the afternoon. So if you can bear with me for a few minutes, I think I can finish my presentation if you allow.
okay, you can complete. Yeah. Which committee?
This is Committee on Professional Ethics and Independence.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone. For the sake of time, I will not go to the salutation part, directly on the action plan. As a respected SAFA president and all the office bearers aware, we have just completed a webinar last month on 31st of January on a topic on the ethical consideration on sustainability reporting. We have another program. We divide our work plan in two streams. One is a knowledge dissemination and another is a regional cooperation. So on knowledge dissemination, we are working on two emerging areas. One is the ethical consideration on sustainability reporting, and another one is ethical consideration on use of technology in assurance and financial reporting. So one part, sustainability part, is done. And the second bit that we are planning to organize another webinar somewhere in April or May, subject to the availability of SAFA office bearers' time schedule on the ethical consideration on technology. Now, coming back to the regional cooperation, I think everyone has mentioned about the challenges that we are facing in terms of the logistical aspect, getting together all the members. So we had the same situation of deferring a number of meetings because of the lack of quorum. But we have to live with what we have and try to make best use of the resources available at our disposal. We currently identified as part of our committee two priority areas where we can work on the regional cooperation side. One is the comparative study of a public interest entity. What we found initially, the definition of public interest entity within the region is quite diverse. So we want to collect data on the public interest entity benchmark in SAFA region, and then try to organize some sort of webinar and then present a paper to the regulators of the various jurisdiction in the SAFA region, what are the benchmarks and whether we can get help from each other. For example, in Bangladesh, the benchmark is quite low, so as compared to some other countries. Similarly, certain entities like public sector entities, how that will be fit into this public interest entity. So this is an area we have undertaken work, and we urge everyone present here to support our effort in terms of the information which we will information requests we will be sending to the various PAOs. The other area, I think a number of times this morning, many people has mentioned that sometimes we adopt auditing standards, accounting standards, ethical standards without actually stock taking the ground reality of our SAFA region. One of that is NOCLAR. Unfortunately, many of the POs in South Asian region has adopted NOCLAR, but the legal remedy and the legal backing are not yet present in a number of countries. So how best we can apply this NOCLAR in the current legal situation? This is an area I think we need to work on, especially the whistleblower protection. Different country has the different regulation. So how best we can collaborate with each other to get the best whistleblower protection active regulation in place and share with each other. So we are conscious of our limitation, and that's why we don't want to spread our wings everywhere. We have focusing on these 3-4 key areas to work throughout the year. I will be happy to receive feedback on any other matters if the SAFA board think we should be considered in our action plan. A couple of points from the earlier discussion. One area, I think just my predecessor, Arsalan Saab was mentioning about the auditing standards. One area emerging is the audit of less complex entity. And in our SAFA region, this is a very prominent force. If you look at the international standards on auditing, the application of the full ISA standards is quite cumbersome and quite onerous for many of the entities, especially those that are MSME. So whether we can fast track this LCE, less complex entity audit project at IFAC or IASB level, this is an area I think from SAFA we can think of. Last but not the least, respected President and a number of dignitary has mentioned this morning, we are facing real challenge to attract students in our accountancy profession. And similarly, overseas accounting body, let's address elephant in the room, someone like ACCA, they are making quite strong inroads in our community. So how we can deal with that? This is an area perhaps SAFA board can think of in their part of strategic vision. Thank you so much. Happy to answer any question.
Can I?
Yeah. Any questions? No questions. Anybody? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm Ziaul Mustafa for Public Sector Financial Management Committee of the SAFA. If you allow us, then I can also share just in 3 to 5 minutes. Then you may go for a lunch, if you allow me.
Actually, the so can you finish in 3 to 4 minutes? We will have one minute. Yeah, non-stop 3 to 4 minutes.
Sir, President
Is
sir,
that
President sir, President sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, my request is if everybody would like to tell their committee and leave, then post lunch when we deliberate how they will be present to listen to our committee presentation. See, I can understand some health problem, toothache, some dentist appointment, I can appreciate. But if everybody start like this, then what will happen? The original discussion which we had, other region institute should also cooperate with us. So then only our committee will shine. They should understand.
Okay, I think let us.
Otherwise, the president decision is final. I
Take
agree.
for lunch and quickly come back and
please give this chairman a chance because he wants only 3 minutes. But I am telling how they will know that what other committee want to request.
Okay, chalo, we break for 30 minutes. Please, it's a request. Please hold on and come back and make the presentation.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Because actually, although we say hold.
Mudit sir, I can leave and rejoin, na? No issue, na? I can leave and rejoin, na? Online. Mudit sir, I can.
Hello. Yeah. Welcome back. Good afternoon, and let us start with Professor Vatawala's committee.
That's the SAFA International Relations Committee. The first item is the support to the newly formed institutes. Now that is Maldives. They are also here. So we will try to see whether there is anything that we can finalize with them as a new associate member, where we were looking to provide assistance in accounting, auditing, taxation, and of course the accounting and auditing standards. And of course the SAFA board meeting that we were planning to organize, since Mr. Hassan is here, because actually I think the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka had agreed to provide various assistance to you all. And I don't know whether India also recently had made some arrangements. So what sort of assistance that you might need so that they will be able to provide it. And on the SAFA board meeting, now that was something that they have already finalized. Mr. President, you want him to say anything on that, or do you like to say a little on that, what you need, or so that then any member country that wants to anyway support you, they are here to give you any support, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Yes, Maldives Institute was established in 2020, as you have said. We are currently looking at applying for IFAC membership, for which we are working very closely with the Indian Institute. Right now, we need capacity building on the quality review, especially of the audit quality review. We are looking at a process to set up the quality review process. We need assistance from member countries on this area. Yeah. Thank you.
So that is one area. I don't know whether Vice President, do you have anything to about the quality review? Are you all planning anything with Maldives? No, Maldives to support them on this quality review.
Yes, actually, we can extend our support as we did previous years as well. So we can continue that discussion. Sure.
Right. Then SAFA board meeting, that's something you'd have given, I suppose, no?
Yeah, SAFA board meeting, we actually proposed along with the accounting standards conference. Now it is proposed to be in July, month of July. So we will have a board meeting along with the conference.
Okay, thank you. Then Afghanistan, actually at the moment, they are closed up, I think, because of this current political situation. So we will have to wait till some sort of changes happen in order that we can make them active. Then Bhutan, now, of course, this Bhutan Accounting Standards Board, now at the moment, they have not been attending any meetings, and we may need to see as to how we can activate them and get them to attend. I don't know whether Mudit, any sort of nothing. Chartered Accountants India, you all had any correspondence with Bhutan? No. Right. So anyway, we will follow up again and see what we can do, because accounting standards are there, but I don't know exactly why they are not doing. Then this GRI, we signed the MOU, correct? GRI. So we were planning to have a workshop with them. Actually, that will be on the Sustainability Development Goals Agenda 2030. So if you agree, then we can discuss with them. And earlier we said it was June, July 2023 to go ahead with that. Yeah, right.
Right.
Okay. Then, of course, activities with AFA. Now, AFA, we have had some work that they are going. Last time also, they invited us for some of their workshops. So that is generally in place. PAFA, we've not been able to still communicate and do anything. So we will try to handle that. Then CAPA, of course, a lot of our members are there on their board, plus also they are represented by our members. I think current president is also from SAFA, isn't it, Mr. From no?
Current vice president.
Vice president.
Current vice.
Current vice. And then IFAC, of course, ongoing that we are doing. But IFAC, we may be able to get them a little more involved in our activities. One was that we were trying to get what is that one that global.
Mosaic.
Not Mosaic, yeah. The other one, that global, that website that they have.
Impact map.
Yeah. So earlier we had participated in some of the activities that is at Mosaic committee, but after that they have not come back. So it might be good that we can revive that one, so that maybe that might help us, because I think the Mosaic one is mainly going for African countries, and they are not concentrating on our area. So that might be one of the reasons. Then SAARC Secretariat, of course, as we mentioned earlier, the problem is since SAARC is not active, that will also maybe dormant till this whole thing happens.
But actually, SAARC, if we want to activate, which government is right to approach?
Actually, at the moment, Pakistan, we go no, Mr. Tola, not there. Pakistan is the chairman, but no meeting. So there seems to be some disagreement. You have any information or? Mr. Tola is there? Right, okay. So when he comes, we'll take it up.
We will ask. Yes, come.
Mr. Tola, we are discussing about the SAARC, you know. Now the SAARC chairmanship is with Pakistan. So do you see that there will be some resolution and where they will commence the SAARC meetings? No. These SAARC. No, SAARC countries, Pakistan is the chairman, all the SAARC countries. But unfortunately, no meetings have been held, you know. Then
let me just check with the Foreign Office if they are arranging any meeting or not. But I think it is a dormant body, and we have got the SAARC Chamber of Commerce, which has been stationed in Pakistan. So I know.
No. Actually, now the chairman of all the SAARC body is Pakistan.
I know.
But unfortunately, there is some disagreement about having a meeting. The countries have not had a meeting.
Let me just check. I mean, this is a political decision.
Yeah, political matter. Yeah.
So I don't know what are they considering. But let me check and I'll come back to it.
Yeah, Professor, I think last time when I visited India, I visited the Sri Lankan High Commission and I met the official. In fact, they spoke to the Nepal Secretariat, SAARC Secretariat. They also mentioned the very same thing, that they are unable to activate the SAARC because they need to get the support from the Pakistan.
So anyway, that's political matter, I think. So I don't, we are not within our. Yeah. Then about the SME development, I think that was a very good suggestion, Mr. President, that you made to include the IFAC SME. In fact, at the last IFAC meeting, I spoke to the CEO of IFAC, and he said for us to send a suggestion that for the SMP committee to also include the MSME. Now that we have decided from SAFA, why don't you write officially and ask them to include the MSME with the SMP committee? Because I met this one who is the CEO. I spoke to him, so he said he wanted me to write, but then if SAFA writes, it will be much more, carry much more weight, you know. Yeah. Okay. No? Then the other thing, of course, with earlier we were trying to look at some working with the World Bank. Earlier we did some work with the World Bank, but that the foundation really came as a result of that, but nothing happened. Then ADB, IFC, and the other agencies, whether we should try to make some approach on the development of the accounting, finance, and the cost management, taxation, and auditing area. So that might be an area that we may need to look at it, but we've still not been able to make any sort of headway as to how we could go ahead, because I know that now CAPA, they have a strong relationship with, I think, World Bank or ADB. With ADB for government, public sector accounting, that is government accounting. So almost annually they organize various workshops, plus also they carry out research work on these areas. So it might be good that if we are also able to make a approach. Now you mentioned about the research. Now that might be an area that they will also be like to get involved, you know, on the research area. Then the South Asian University, earlier we were wanting to link, have some link with South Asian University. And of course, for the conduct of masters and doctoral programs, I don't know, was it any development on that? So this might be some, it might be worthwhile, because what they said is, since we are, it's South Asian and we are SAFA body, to make some contact. So we'll have it and then see how we can make some contact with them. Then there was also this idea came up about a postgraduate, a regional postgraduate diploma, either in strategic finance or including, say, management accounting and others for SAFA member countries. This was something that was earlier done. I know that SEMA earlier had a postgraduate diploma, so that it will be conducted by the SAFA, so that any member country would be able to get that. So it might be something that I think there was some talk about your campus thing. So something that we can do from SAFA to give this postgraduate qualification to our members in the different member bodies.
But this diploma will be given by who?
Yeah, SAFA will have to give. It will be a SAFA award. So that it's not from one individual country, but because there is no body that is giving that, no. But it will also give the recognition to the professionals in our member countries. That's what we are looking at.
But will it hold good? Because otherwise post-graduation degree is given generally by a university which is formed for educational purpose and approved by statute.
No, if it is postgraduate diploma, there is no problem now. Like IIM, Indian Institute of Management, is postgraduate diploma. But if you are going to give masters, MBA, you have a problem. You have to get university approval. So maybe we can look at that and see a postgraduate diploma and not a maybe a master's program, so that you overcome the university matter, but the professional area could be brought in. I don't know whether you like something to add, because you mentioned about this campus thing. Anything that you can connect with your campus matter, what you were talking?
Yeah. Any help regarding campus placement, we can help these SAFA countries.
So then we can have a SAFA campus giving this postgraduate diploma. So can we get some support and work that out?
100%.
Right, okay. Then, of course, today what we discussed about the foreign bodies, so we will work on that one, and then the Middle Eastern and Central Asian countries, how we can get them. So those are the main areas.
What is the South Asian University?
That is in Delhi.
What is this?
It is for all South Asian countries.
What university?
It's in, no, the South Asian University is for developing for member countries of South Asia. That is our SAARC countries.
SAARC country university.
Not active.
Active नहीं है.
Not active.
Even we have to check UGC status also, whether it is approved or just like private setup.
No. I think it's a government one. Government.
SARC initiative.
Yeah.
Now it is also like SARC. That is also.
So those are the
Yeah,
main.
only one suggestion.
Yeah.
That there are some programs like program with GRI on sustainability. There is
Yeah.
one program on
One I could mention that
So-
is this sustainability. Now, what you're talking of Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, although I have put it here, but maybe the respective committee can take it over because that is one of the real more important ones. And I found that the last committee that last conference that SAFA had was based on that. So it although it is mentioned here, it can
Yeah,
be
it can
taken
be
over by
done
the respective committee, but for them to go up. Similarly, in the DMCC, that is the with our work with the European IFA. So same thing, I think, like what Aniket mentioned, they will be able to develop that on the DMCC. You know what do you call it for the SME sector? What is that?
DCMM.
DCM. So those we earlier we promoted, but the respective committee can take it to and do. But this should be something, maybe this is something of your pet area, of your area. So it might be good to do that. Right. I think those are the main things. I don't know whether since Mr. Hennak is also here, our what is our body? Sri Lanka, our Sri Lankan body, our foundation. If we can take that foundation also, it will be good.
There is a agenda item also, item number 4. Item number 4, no? Yeah. In fact, currently I am chairing the technical committee. At the very first meeting, we decided the TOR and everything. And at that time, we thought that we should have a technical committee. What I felt was that, in fact, I mentioned at the last board meeting also, I sent an email to Modit also. What I felt was that currently the foundation of SAFA is located here in the CA Institute, and our vice president is one of the members of the foundation of SAFA, as well as he's the SAFA vice president as well. And on top of that, Mr. Malinga is heading the secretariat also. So therefore, I thought that even though we have communicated with all these technical committee members last couple of months, as Mr. Malinga Singh mentioned earlier, it is very difficult for us to get the information and things like that. So therefore, my suggestion is really to take the utilization of funds of SAFA Foundation to the board of SAFA Foundation. The reason being that the entire thing is located or are the available resources available within the organization. So, Professor, my request is really to take over the entire thing. So then there will be this foundation of SAFA board as well as the SAFA board. Otherwise, there will be 3 steps. The technical committee, then we need to submit everything to the SAFA Foundation, then SAFA Foundation to the SAFA board. So then it's a long process. We may not be able to undertake a single event. So
when we restructure, we might do away with this technical committee and deal with foundation.
So definitely, since I'm the advisor, I will be available anytime.
What I wanted to suggest is SAFA Foundation. Earlier, we wanted to set up this virtual knowledge training center. No? Then after that, we had this suggestion that we go for digital education and training of SAFA members and students. Now, I think Aniket mentioned about the platform they are having for education and training of students and maybe members. So what I thought was, since he is prepared to give that, whether we can channel it through the virtual, the SAFA Foundation, so that then it will be available to all the SAFA countries, whether you can do it that way.
Parallel organization will start. Activities here, activities there. So
no, virtual, but what will happen is, I don't know how.
I'll explain.
Yeah.
So what happens is the digital learning hub is actually a learning management software LMS system which we have developed. What has happened is on the LMS, when you log into DLH, it says SAFA members. There is a separate login. As soon as you go to SAFA login, it opens a different page where you have the branding of SAFA, everything. You will be given credentials. So those credentials, as soon as any SAFA member, he takes your membership number, we send him the username, password, and then he's able to access all the resources which are available there. What we also can do is if there is some content that you would like to provide. For example, Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka has something on cost management or on some other aspect which you would like to share. We will take that content, we can host it there, and then all SAFA members can take benefit of that. We will have to just set up a system, President Sir, of approving that content. Maybe that you can look at in our domestic system. We have a very clear way of how each committee prepares, and then it comes and gets loaded on the digital learning hub. So similar platform we may have. See, the portal is developed and hosted on the cloud. So there cannot be it moving to a foundation or anything because it is on the cloud. Even we don't have on the server, it's on the cloud. The entire software is developed by a company called TCS, Tata Consultancy Services. So they have provided to us. Now, how we want the login page or the front to look, that is all called white labeling. So that white labeling and branding can be done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you see, earlier this SAFA Foundation wanted to do this task of virtual that knowledge, and what we said is now we'll go for digital education and training of SAFA members and students. So that will be CPD programs plus students. So now, since you're already having this thing where we don't have to shift anything, but maybe on that where we call it your labeling is the only thing.
That's right.
So Professor,
logging in, they will see it as if SAFA is offering this.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why you call it.
Where to keep it?
So that one will
keep
be
it
SAFA.
Foundation, or you keep it with SAFA? I leave it to the leadership. Yeah, that I leave it to the leadership, please.
So we can have that link where they can click and.
You can do a virtual program also to explain to all members.
Because that was one of the activities that was planned for the SAFA Foundation.
Get going with.
Get going with it.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So we'll brand it as SAFA.
Then of course, no, that's why now they will do that one. But if SAFA Foundation is going to do any work, then we need to identify what activities they will do.
What I mentioned was that, just to add one point, as per the association of article, there is a requirement to meet the board also once in 3 months. So it has not happened last so many years. So by meeting all these board members once in 3 months, so definitely it will be able to activate the SAFA Foundation. And
so what we can
what
do
is the
SAFA
do you
foundation
require a separate foundation?
No, that's right. So what I'm trying to say, SAFA Foundation, let's make it to be the body handling finance. So that's the whole
Simple. That's all.
Actually, SAFA is not registered. No? This is registered in Sri Lanka.
Correct.
A registered body was required as per.
Okay.
For regulatory requirement, you can keep it.
But
For regulatory.
That board is also because in that board, the major the board of directors are the permanent employees of the member board. The reason why permanent employees are there because SAFA board don't want to get frequent changes in that thing because then ROC every time you have to file new thing. That's why decision making power is with this board only.
With SAFA only.
With SAFA only. And whatever SAFA decides, they have to just.
So let it be only a funding entity and activities may fall under SAFA.
so that the utilization of funds, how are I going to do?
So SAFA
board
will have to
from time to time when proposals come from SAFA. From there, whatever quarterly meeting or whatever.
So then what will be the role of the SAFA Foundation?
only the fund manager.
But if you take the constitution of SAFA Foundation, more or less same as the SAFA. So there's no difference at all, and the same objectives are there. So you need to find out the operational mechanism.
Yeah.
Mr. Past President, as I understand, that is only a vehicle. It's a vehicle the engine and everything else is the SAFA, that those are only the wheels through which the legal entity is created. So I think even the funds of SAFA Foundation, whatever this board decides, will happen to the funds of the foundation.
No, actually, no, at that time, it was formed for a specific task. That was for this, what was called the VKTC, Virtual Knowledge Training Center, where they wanted
But is it their memorandum?
Yeah. They were, that was the purpose.
I will give a brief background. So the reason why it was formed at that time, because World Bank approached us and they suggested that they will help us in developing a virtual knowledge and training center. But since SAFA was not registered anywhere, so it was decided that let us first SAFA register and then we'll take grant from World Bank. So for that purpose, that foundation of SAFA was registered because SAFA was not registered at all. So objective was to create a legal vehicle. And whatever, and then why separate board of foundation of SAFA? Because the practical problem here is that every time president changes, there is that nomination keep on changing. So in a regulated kind of a company, corporate, it is very difficult every time you change. So for that purpose, it was decided that nominate those permanent as far as possible, so that there should not be a frequent changes. And that purpose is only to be a legal vehicle for SAFA activities. So whatever SAFA board decides, they have to abide by it. It is not like that SAFA board decides something else and they take some other decision. So if whatever decision has to be taken it is to be taken by the board and they have to abide by that.
So you can execute whatever is decided here in the board. But otherwise, the branding also, we can't have two brandings, SAFA and Foundation of SAFA.
No,
It will create confusion.
We have to
no,
change
actually,
the name as
one of the purpose was for it to take care of any special activities. Now this virtual training knowledge center was going to be also a special activity which will be carried out. So in the event we have it, if we want to do some activity now, supposing now if you want to do the SME and MSME, all those, so if you want to have a be a center of excellence, so then there is no sort of objection of using the SAFA Foundation because that's already there. So one can always use that for that sort of purpose. So that is already available. So if we need, we can use it, but that will be, it will not be, because now all the activities are done by the various committees. No, but here the foundation will be having, maybe we'll have to have their own staff. They will carry out those activities. So that availability is there. So SAFA has to decide whether it really wants to make use of it or keep it and use it at any time that it needs. So for the moment, of course, this virtual training, that was what we decided, that we carry out this virtual training center. But if ICAI is going to do that, then maybe they can do that, and maybe we can come up with something else which might be as a center of excellence. I think it might be a good thing to work out.
No, but then the entire constitution of SAFA will change. No? If you conduct some activities there, their office bearers and everybody will be different.
Of course, you are having a separate board there, no? That was why the separate board, which will be the same board as SAFA. But maybe at that time you can take it up, I don't know. I don't know what.
So how we are going to make use the funds available currently? So that was the question that we discussed last so many years. Last I would say last 2 to 3 years, we have been discussing how we should make use of the funds available. Subscriptions are lying there. No? So that is why we were able to comply with all the requirement, and we completed the accounts of last 4 years and audits and etc. So now it's a matter of, now we need to decide how we are going to make use of this fund for the betterment of the member bodies as well as the members and the students of the SARC regions. How are you going to decide? Who is going to decide that part, or how are you going to decide?
So I think that should be decided by the board only.
Board of SAFA only.
And this foundation should facilitate the payments. That is. Board should do that, all decisions, whatever is decided, decided by the board, then the felicitation, the disbursement of the funds should be through the foundation. I think that should be there.
Foundation will disburse fund to SAFA and SAFA will do the activity.
All activities, everything, decisions making with SAFA board only, sir. Then whatever funds are required, that should be routed through the foundation. Because foundation has that legal entity, something like that. So through that, funds routed through that, them only, but this, every decision part should be with the board only.
Yeah, the final decision-making authority will be rest with the SAFA board. There's no question about it. But then we are a little bit deviating because all what we have been discussing last year was a little bit different.
Okay.
So that's what I think the Professor Watawali is the chairman of the SAFA Foundation. So then he has to meet the board and discuss and place before the SAFA board.
Not to duplicate otherwise.
Yes. Yeah, we need to avoid the duplication as much as possible. Yes.
Yes, so if SAFA has decided to spend funds on particular activities which are permitted, and the fund is to be drawn from the foundation, then foundation board should only receive a request from SAFA for transferring funds, which should be utilized for that purpose for which the board of SAFA decides. That should be the, I think.
Yeah, of course, the question will arise whether the activity should be conducted by the SAFA Foundation or whether it would be maybe otherwise with any country that has done it. Or
So this foundation is a charitable entity here. So one charitable entity can give to another. See, any charitable trust can get its activity done through any organization. It is not necessary, it will do it itself. So if it is done through SAFA, it will still fall within the format. Yeah.
I don't know what is your view? You're the one.
That's what I also feel like. I think we shouldn't duplicate efforts and look at activities separately. So let's see how we do the administration side of funds. Since original purpose of having virtual training center is going to be met different way of a different mechanism. Anything else, if there is something that we have to discuss, I think we'll take a call at that particular time whether there is a different vehicle is required. For the time being, let's conclude.
Yeah.
For the release of funds, let's agree on a SOP and a approved process if there is any requirement.
So the request has to come from SAFA board and the foundation board should just have a look at the request and disburse the fund. Whether it is for the object for which funds are to be spent. That's all. So next committee. Mudit, what is the next committee?
So good afternoon, everyone. This is to give the activities of the ITAG committee, International Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance. So I think one of the ways this committee tries to achieve this is through the SAFA BP Awards, which last year awards we very successfully held in Nepal. So would like to acknowledge and thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal for conducting a very effective and professional award ceremony. So thank you very much. And this year also we are looking for a host country. So hopefully if one of the countries can volunteer, we will be very happy. Hopefully, towards end of this, towards December, we hope to have the award ceremony this year also. So just to tell about the number of awards, we have at the moment we have 13 sectors where sector awards are given. Plus also we have integrated reporting award and corporate governance awards that is given, and the overall winners that are selected. There is also a request that has come from the SAFA board to consider the sustainability awards under this committee, which we haven't included it in the report that was given, but that also will be included as one of our action items. Then also when we did the awards, what we realized is because the awards have happened under the same checklist, the competition seems very fierce, and at the moment it's very difficult to select winners. Most of the awards we have joint winners. Now we had sometimes we had three joint winners. We had 4 joint winners. So what the committee felt was that is not giving a good sign, because the effectiveness of the awards and the recognition of the best in class is also affected when you give so many awards. When we gave, I think, about 134 awards. So as a result of that, we are going to relook at the checklist and refine the checklist with the new requirements that are coming, because I think the good thing is the competition has brought about quite a good uniformity across all the regions. I think now it's time to take it to the next level and bring in the new requirements also. So at the moment, the committee is finalizing, looking at the newly developed checklist, and we also want to develop new guidelines in the preparation of annual reports, which we plan to do hopefully around April, or I have a feeling it probably will be around June. There was also a suggestion to look at developing a criteria for the submission of nominations, where for each criteria we felt each country to nominate only 2 companies, because right now to ensure that there is proper distribution of recognition across all the SAFA countries also. So that's another area that we will be looking at it. Then also the merit certificate. So this also we took up last year. We had a few conversations around it. Didn't conclude because some countries still rely on the merit certificate, and they like their applicants to come and take the merit certificates. But we also felt giving so many merit certificates also might not really give the required prominence to the award ceremony. So that's another area we want to deliberate again this year and come to a conclusion on the merit certificates, and also the number of awards, because at the moment, if you have a 0.5%, within 0.5%, everyone is selected as a winner. Earlier, I think it didn't really matter, but now when you do that 0.5 deviation, we have 3 to 4 companies which are becoming winners of each category. So these are some of the areas. So to put it in short, I think the awards, the current requirements are, the companies have exceeded the current requirements. So we need to relook at the current requirements, and we need to redo the checklist, which we plan to do this year. Then another suggestion that came was, this is more on the branding, on the SAFA trophy that we give. Because what happens at the moment is every time the competition happens, each country designs their own trophy. It's beautiful. I think even what ICANN gave us a beautiful trophy. But the downside of that is SAFA loses its branding opportunity, because if you have a single trophy which is designed and you give the design to the country to produce, that will retain the SAFA image, and it will also uplift the SAFA, because right now, even when we come back to Sri Lanka and we put the pictures, there is no recognition for the trophy. So that's another suggestion we are going to deliberate on and see few technicalities are there. We may have to do the design and send it to the country because we can't produce it and transport. It's too expensive. So that's another area we are looking at. And then also we wanted to have the findings and recommendations that the markers gave also published as a assistance to the winners. And I think we were going to have meetings with the companies also, right? To share the findings. Yes, finding this a bit challenging where we need to get someone to write it. But I think if we write it, that also will be a good branding opportunity for SAFA to have it as a regional publication on the findings. So those are the areas that we are hoping to do under the ITEC committee. Thank you.
Just, Mr. President, can I just add? There are two things. One is that I think we decided at the last year to necessary to have external judges. I think Professor Wattabal who suggested at that time. That's one of the requirements.
Yes.
The second one is that, if I'm not mistaken, now the awards are, given based on the technical marking.
Yes.
But nothing is happening beyond that.
So that is where we are going to revise the checklist.
Right.
When we are revising the checklist, we'll consider that.
Right. Because right now what is happening is based on the recommendation of technical committee, the committee approves this, and the same thing is approved by the board. So
Yes.
in between, there is no input as such. So therefore, if we can fill that gap also, so definitely, as you said, that we'll be able to
Yes.
do that.
So that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to look at the entire process and to see how that can really filter out the better companies. Because right now, all the companies are good.
Yeah.
That's the challenge we are having. Now we need to pick out the better companies. And also, I think sometimes what happens is some companies which are really, really good in their countries, because of our checklist, which is a little bit fast also, are not getting recognition for the newer disclosures they are doing. So that's also weakness we've identified. So that is why we wanted to revamp the entire checklist this year.
I think the technical committee shouldn't recommend the nature of the award. Now, currently what is happening is based on the marking. So they are recommending the award also. I think the committee need to decide that part. Technical committee need to submit their outcome to the committee. Then the committee should decide how we should really give the awards.
Yeah, that should be possible because all of us are now signing no conflict declarations also to say that we are not, we don't have any conflict with any of the people who are submitting the applications for the competition. So because of that, the independence can be maintained by the committee. So that's also something we'll consider.
I think what was mentioned about the final judging, because what we thought was that will give more credibility to our awards. Because you see, at the moment, we are deciding everything. Now, supposing if we can get a person maybe from IFAC, maybe CAPA and AFA, say 3 or maybe another body if you think to, then we have an outside view coming on all the reports, which will give a much more credibility to the awards. That's what we were thinking. But if we are doing that, of course, it has to be planned out well and done, and we may have to do it in advance. Actually, we had that when we did the quiz competition for our students one, where we got from IFAC and 1 or 2 other AFA also came, no? AFA, and so like that, I think they are also prepared to come. Might be good to look into that and see.
Right, thank you.
And on the technical committee, I don't know whether how practically how you can work out now what Mr. Hennaka mentioned.
Yeah, so we'll have to deliberate on that
Deliberate
to
on
see
that.
how that can be
Within
done.
your committee, you deliberate and
Yes, we'll deliberate because we are just taking this up. We'll deliberate on that and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
The change in the marking scheme, you may have to, supposing if you give it this year, applicability will come maybe later, no? Otherwise, you have a problem of people who have prepared differently.
No, so it's that was deliberated by the committee. What we felt was it's okay to change the marking scheme because what we are looking at is the currently relevant disclosures. So if they are a good company, they should already have that. So it's not a matter of us giving the requirements and them preparing in compliance with that.
Okay, next. Thank you.
No, I think we must congratulate her, Anuji.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
May I, hello everyone, may I get the opportunity, please?
Let me just introduce Ms. Hina Usmani. She's the council member of ICAP and second time she has been elected. She got elected for the first time as the first lady in 2017. And she and her team did a marvelous job in increasing or enhancing the exposure of women in the profession. They have raised the bar and it has been acknowledged and recognized by IFAC as well. In a latest publication, they have published a special article on the women inclusion of profession in Pakistan. So all credit goes to Hina and her team. First of all, let us recognize her services. And now, Hina, over to you for your presentation.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Shwaktola, for your kind words. And it's really very, very encouraging to take things forward. Respected President, Vice President, honorable members, advisors of SAFA board. This is Hina Usmani. I'm chairing SAFA Women Leadership Committee for the year 2023-24. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the action plan for the year. We have submitted the action plan, and if you allow me to share the screen, or if the action plan could be presented on the screen, I would appreciate that.
Yes, sure. You have allowed that? Allowed? Action plan.
May I, please? Okay, thank you. So this is the, I will start with the meetings. At present, as the discussion was taking place, the number of meetings, we have been advised a couple of years back that the Women Committee is allowed to have only 2 meetings in a year. So our first request would be to allow us to have 4 meetings in a year on a quarterly basis, 2 virtual and 2 physical. For convenience of members of our Women Committee, what we have done, we have developed a calendar of meetings and circulated to them so that they are well aware of the dates and timings for timely attendance in the meeting and proper participation. We are celebrating International Women's Day in March 2023 in line with International Women's Day celebration on 8th March every year. This year also we are planning to celebrate Women's Day on 15th March 2023. The theme of the Women's Day will be on diversity and inclusion guide and disseminating to the profession. And we will see how we could create the enabling environment. We will give opportunity to all the member bodies to showcase their initiatives during that presentation. The Women Inclusion Guide is one of the milestones which we have achieved in Pakistan. I will be grateful to our president, Mr. Shwaktola, who very tirelessly worked with us and attended all the 3 consultative sessions in 3 different cities. And we finally got the approval from the council for its dissemination. This is a voluntary guide for applicable to all stakeholders. Now we would like to disseminate and share our knowledge and best practices with our SAFA member bodies. For this matter, we are planning to have a webinar and consultative sessions so that we create awareness about this guide and will encourage other member bodies to prepare the guide in a similar manner and disseminate to their stakeholders.
Ever SAFA board results that will come as instruction.
Okay, yes, what would be the
May I continue, sir?
Manage funds like collecting.
She's asking for continuation.
May I continue, sir?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. So another initiative which is already on the list of our Women Committee initiatives is Women Entrepreneurship Program. This program is conceived and designed by CA Pakistan, and we have actually practiced in our country. Now we are introducing this program to SAFA member bodies. And what we have done is prepared a concept paper and complete plan with the topics highlighted on it. And we have requested all our members to present their topics and their participation in their respective areas. So we have a combined effort of trainers, and we could outreach to all the women in the region who are on career break and wish to resume their professional career in practice and looking for enhancing their technical and entrepreneurial skills, and in full-time employment and aiming to switch to professional practice. This is one thing which is very crucial and it's very, very important for women to bring into the workforce. And this program is only focusing on areas other than audit, so that we create avenues which are easy to handle and easy to deliver to the wider audience and to the wider businesses by our CA women. This program, sir, has already been shared with the Secretariat, the complete plan and the complete the guideline of that program. This is, sir, for the benefit. I'm sure you must be able to see my screen. This is a 22-hour program which we have designed, and we are planning to commence from 3rd of May 2023 with different sessions, and it will be completed in 1.5 months. It will have different topics on orientation, on onboarding, business development, and client outreach. Curriculum and techniques, we will cover compilation services, agreed upon procedures, corporate and tax services. So this way, we will be able to achieve and engage our women who can participate virtually and learn from these outcomes. So another our focus for the 3rd quarter is like we are planning to have a SAFA Women Accountants Conference. This conference will be planned on a hybrid model and to bring all SAFA women accountants on one platform to digitally connect professional women accountants of SAFA countries to showcase their potential with their respective women entrepreneurs for enhancing their skills in financial management and enabling them to contribute to the economic development of their respective countries. So the detailed concept paper along with the budget for this conference will be prepared and submitted to the board for approval in next SAFA board meeting. This is one area which we feel is very essential for students mentoring program. As Mr. Tola just mentioned, that it is very encouraging for us to see the progress we have made over the last 5 years. And we have seen a progression of about 97% overall progression in women in overall student intake and 221% increase in women students intake over a period of time. So that was the outcome of various initiatives and efforts we have made for making the profession and taking the challenge, because we have a challenge here in Pakistan, especially that there is very low participation of women in the profession. And some other countries also, some other member bodies are also facing similar challenges. So for that matter, what we are planning to have a mentoring session for women trainees students. And that will be a continuous exercise, but for that we will plan some webinars and some one-to-one training, counseling sessions, and mentors will be identified so that we could engage our students and attract towards the profession. Women on board. Women on board is very, very important area where we are working very tirelessly. In Pakistan and India as well, we have mandatory inclusion of one woman on board in corporate sector, but other countries are still trying and get this mandatory inclusion. So what we have done is we have launched the digital directory in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and I'm sure in India as well. We have launched the digital directories, and from a SAFA platform, what we are planning to conduct the expert sessions, with discussions with professionals for their development of leadership skills and playing effective roles as women directors, and also disseminating their key potential and their adaptability to the board and how they could effectively participate in the board. So we will make all efforts to achieve the given action plan under the patronage of the SAFA board and requesting approval for the same. I will take this opportunity to present certain key strategic actions, and I would request the board to approve the same. Number one is that in view of in view of a lot of timing differences in celebration of Women's Day, what we have experienced in the past, that we were not able to celebrate Women's Day because of each member bodies have their own plans, and they would like to be as close to 8th March as, because that is the time when everyone is talking about the women initiatives and women progression in their regions and in their countries. So what we have, we are proposing here, and we took it to our last meeting of SAFA Women Leadership Committee on 29th January 2023, and they have kindly approved the same, that we dedicate one day as SAFA Women's Day. And that is proposed, that that is essential because that will help us in building a strong connectivity among SAFA women. It will enhance the brand image of SAFA as a supportive and inclusive body. It will help us in expanding our outreach to a wider audience. It will secure the participation of all SAFA member bodies in the celebration. And since, as I mentioned, since the establishment of the SAFA WLC in 2018, the committee has celebrated Women's Day in alignment of International Women's Day, but due to independent celebration of various member bodies, the date and times of SAFA WLC celebration often overlap. So the proposed date for SAFA Women's Day celebration is as 15th of March, and we could title is at SAFA Women's Day. And I would request the board to please approve the same, so that we can move ahead. And each year we have pre-planned, and we know that this is the day when we are going to celebrate at a SAFA level. So number two, my request is that we, in CA Pakistan, we on the eve of Women's Day, we announce CA Women Achievement Awards. They are in 3 different categories. One is the Lifetime Achievement Award. The second is Woman of the Year Award. And third is Aspiring Student Award. So I would request, if board allows us, we can conceptualize this and we prepare a paper, and then we start implementing from 2024. So that will be the request. If board allows us to announce SAFA Women Achievement Awards. And my third and the last request would be that we may allow a social media, separate social media, because that helps us a lot in reaching out to our young generation, to showcasing our profile, to showcasing our initiatives, and engaging more and more women and other stakeholders in understanding our initiatives and taking this forward. So with this, I would request the board to please accord their approval so that we can move accordingly. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any member, anything, or I think well presented, we should approve.
Thank you so very
Approve,
much.
madam. Approve.
Sir, President, sir.
Sfagji.
Sir, Papan Bhai here.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one small suggestion to madam.
Yeah.
Because she is doing a wonderful job, as told by Abshak Tola sir, President. So I have one small suggestion to her, and if she can present it before the board, we should permit. That is to connect with the women fraternity. If madam can think about on the occasion of International Women's Day, say an essay competition. Essay competition for women members of all the regions. Another topic exclusively for girl students of all the institutes of all the region. And the third category for that essay competition will be for spouse of men members of all the regions. So that this women fraternity, as we all know, but for our mother, we could not have been here. So as a mark of respect and a connect with the women fraternity, and it will not cost much with say 3 prizes, first, second, third, under each category. So that this SAFA women's wing is performing well, others also will come to know. This is my suggestion to madam. And if she can think about it, and that 15th March SAFA, which she has suggested, that's a wonderful suggestion, because people will know other than International Women's Day, SAFA International Women's Day, 15 March, that also is a great thing. So hearty congratulations to
Thank you.
Pakistan team and madam.
Thank you so very much for your kind encouragement.
Yeah, this is just my suggestion only, madam. You think it over.
Sure.
It is very easy, madam, because the moment data is available with all the institute, girl students data is available with all the institute, then
yes.
men like Papan Bhai will not get angry that I am not given a chance. So you are giving my spouse or my somebody at home, woman also a chance. All will be happy with you that you are encouraging them to ponder their ideas and topics. Of course, you can choose some economical or technical or professional. That way, reach will be maximum, madam. That is
Sure. Thank you very much, Ji, for your suggestion. We will notate this and we will come back to you on this. Thank you very much.
President, first of all, I would like to appreciate the presentation of Ms. Hina and also their suggestions. If board agreed, we can move. And the third is, and the third one, we have already planned a convention on 18 and 19th. We can also celebrate that, or either give the sheets, and if approved by board on that day.
Sir, excellent presentation, and I know her talent. Mashallah, she worked excellently under my leadership as well. I have a suggestion, like our brother has said, that the spouse of institute or member can be given an award. Simultaneously, I will suggest Hina to give an award to her husband as well. Husband also deserve. No, this is also, it's a suggestion. Especially consider Miss Kotwal's husband in that.
No,
So with this, sir, Khalid Rahman Saab is also here. He is heading AML committee. Khalid Saab is, mashallah, he headed two giants of Pakistan. He is guru of petroleum and oil and gas sector industry in Pakistan. Very senior most member is part of IFAC nomination committee. Previously, he was part of membership committee. He was secretary of ICAP, vice president of ICAP. And I mean, he succeeded me in AML committee because and he is still the chair of AML board in Pakistan. He played a very detailed role in converging Pakistan's grey from white list on AML. So may I request you to kindly allow him to make a presentation?
Yeah.
Am I allowed, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashfaq Tola, for a very generous introduction. But I'm grateful for giving me this opportunity, and I think I stepped into a very, very big shoes of Mr. Ashfaq Tola, taking over as chair of the SAFA AML committee. Ashfaq has always been a go-getter, so it's very difficult to chase him. But we've tried to do a little what probably he left as
क्या हुआ? Disconnect हुआ? Yeah, it looks like lost connection. देखो next कौन है उससे करवा लो.
Mr. Rahman?
Yes, I am contacting. I'm contacting Khalid Saab. He might have lost the connection. Just he's reconnecting.
He is back to the grey list, I think. Yeah, you can take
Yeah, take one and then.
Disconnect होगा साहब जी 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 thank you. अच्छा.
He is there.
Zia Saab, are you there? He's sending me.
Yeah, he's here only.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are everywhere.
Thank you, sir. So, should I start?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President and advisor of the SAFA and honorable members for providing me this opportunity. I would like to share, as per the agenda, the plan for the year 2023. We have at the SAFA Public Sector Committee, we have finalized few things. The number one, which I would like to share with the board members, that is the comparative study on SAFA public sector enterprises of SAFA member countries with respect to the following areas. We have identified these 5 areas where we would like to make a study, a comparative study, and share with the board and share with the stakeholders of the relevant countries for the improvement. The number one thing is the career progression, opportunities of professional accountant in public sector entities. We would love to know that how in the SAFA countries, the public sector organizations have the are providing the opportunity to the professional accountants, because in the organization where the companies are working in the mode of company, the opportunities are there, but in the departments or in the authorities, the opportunities are lacking for the professional accountants, and the pathway is not clear. So we would like to make some recommendations so that the proper accounting process and procedures should be adopted after the, giving the pathway for the professional accountant. The next point is the existing status of financial reporting in public sector entities. How public sector entities right now is, have adopted the public financial reporting. So this is what we are looking for to make a study for this area as well and get the feedback from all the SAFA member countries. And all the members, we have finalized this agenda with the committee members, and all the members are very much keen to know the status, how we have achieved in terms of financial reporting in the public sector. Then the current mechanism of audit in the public sector entities. This area we identified because public sector entities are facing a duplication of audits, which we, during our discussions, we found that there are company laws or corporate law in the different countries, and as well as there are auditor general departments. So corporate law are stating about the statutory audit of the companies, and the auditor generals are also auditing the public sector. So we have to identify the area where there are duplications and how we can suggest the better way and what best practices right now in the SAFA countries and the rest of the world. So this area is very much also important. And then there is a governance mechanism in the public sector entities, how they are constituting their boards and how they are delegating the powers to the management. So these are the areas in which we will, come up with the study to share with the board and with the stakeholders how we can improve this governance and the good governance in the public sector entities. And then the digitalization in the public sector entities. This is also, a challenging area, and where a lot of public sector entities are lacking, and few of the organizations are at par with the rest of the world. But here we need to make a comparative what we have to achieve in order to be more competitive and transparent with respect to the financial reporting. So at least such systems should be in place in the public sector entity. So sir, this is the first thing which we have decided. A lot of discussions have been held. Now we have given the task to the respective secretariat to come up with the relevant rules and regulations related to their countries, and give us the study and give us the research paper on it, so that we can make and compile it. And the first draft, we are expecting that by 30th of April, we will discuss, the committee will discuss the first draft, and before June 30th, we will share this draft with the board for the publication of the study, for the benefit of the member countries, and for the benefit of the larger benefit of the societies associated with these public sector entities. So sir, this is one of the important agenda is on our plan, and we are working on it. And initially we have sketched out all the things, but now we are translating it into a written form with the support of the relevant secretariat. Here the support is required from the member countries, that at least your secretariat or your relevant committee members should timely submit these working to the committee, so that we can complete the task on time. Then for this year, we have a plan on a webinar on a public sector financial management, and this will be in the second quarter of this year, and definitely we will involve all the stakeholders on this public sector financial management, and we will also share the result of these studies in the webinars. So this is also in the plan. Then we have a plan which is suggested by the International Committee of SAFA, International Relation by Mr. Watawala, that our committee should also go for a joint event with the SIFA on public sector financial reporting. So this event we are also planning, and with the permission of the board, we will organize this preferably in a physical manner, and whatever country was holding the SAFA meetings, then we can may plan it jointly with the SAFA board meeting or any SAFA event. So this is in the plan. Next, we have a plan for a international conference, and that is preferably with the IPSAS leadership on challenges and way forward of public sector entities in financial reporting and governance. So this is planned for the last quarter of this year. So we would love to involve the IPSAS people, SIPFA and CAPA as well, because I'm also serving on the CAPA Public Sector Financial Management Committee. So we would love that we will also join hand with the other stakeholders. And first we will come up with our own study and our own findings and recommendations for the improvement of financial reporting and accounting and audit mechanism and digitalization in the public sector entities. So, or any other task, if member would like to suggest us, we would love to add this task in the agenda. So, sir, this is our submissions for the year 2023. So if any member has any question or any suggestion, this is more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, as you know, Zia Mustafa Saab is a very vast experience of public sector company. He is working there and remained president of ICMA Pakistan. He is predecessor and also president of SAFA. And is also on the board of, on the committee of CAPA on public sector. So he will do that in a very well manner. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Let us approve. Approved.
Thank you.
Yeah. And before Mudit invites the next committee chairman, only one request, if it can be done little faster, say within 5 to 7 minutes, if you can conclude, it will be good. Thank you.
Mr. President, I've joined in. I'm sorry for being disconnected. If you allow, I can continue.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I think I'll follow your direction. I'll be very fast. As we all know that this committee is fairly new to SAFA, and under the able leadership of Ashfaq Tola, there was certain work that was done in terms of issuing best practices guide for FATF regime in different countries within SAFA. That was done in 2021. And then in 2022, we've had a couple of meetings, but I would like to reiterate what my other colleagues had mentioned, that there's a big challenge to get people together for the meeting. And we had a big challenge of organizing a webinar and was big challenge of getting speakers. So I think those sort of challenges are with you already. So I wouldn't like to talk more about it, but I think we need to do something about it. Now, as far as 2023 is concerned, there are 4 areas that we want to work on. Number one is that, as we all know, that part of the CML AFT program, the financial sanctions, the targeted sanctions are extremely important. And we need to ensure compliances. Pakistan has done a lot of work on it, and this work has been now in a final stage of compilation in terms of what is happening in other SAFA regions. And we propose to present and get it recommended in the next meeting, which we are scheduling on the 18th of March. The second action plan that we want to pursue is update of the guide, which was issued in 2021. It's written 2020, but actually it was 2021. As a lot of guidelines and rules they are constantly updated and are being evaluated. And each country is learning from its own experiences in order to compliance with the FATF. So this is another work that we'll be doing, and hopefully this should be done before the 3rd quarter of the current calendar year. Also, it is important that we continue to have awareness sessions and giving the obligations of the professional bodies. So I think we need to do a lot of work on terms of what the designated non-financial business professions have to do, because this is something, it puts a lot of obligations on us, and as profession, we need to understand. So we have been doing these awareness sessions in Pakistan. We did one, as I mentioned, last year, and we need to continue to do them. And they have to be on different topics, and preferably on a quarterly basis. I've mentioned about the challenge, but we'll try to handle the challenge simultaneously. We also need to issue a guidance document on customer due diligence. There is work which has already done it. We had a lot of expertise in this area. Our colleagues from India and also Sri Lanka, they have a lot of expert knowledge in this. So we'll try to use that and bring that and try to get a guidance document put in place during the current calendar year. So this is, in short, what we plan to do in this current financial year, and I would look forward to getting guidance from the board and continue to work so that we can bring more sort of awareness and bring more knowledge to our fraternity in the SAFA countries. So over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, in an area like this, which is quite different from audit and tax, you have planned good activities and articulated well by covering almost every aspect of anti-money laundering. So unless the members have suggestions, I think we can straight away approve. Approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm really humbled with your observations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. Piyush Anand.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Mr. President, Vice President, and advisors and honorable members of SAFA board, very good afternoon. Lots of discussion made before the launch about the inactive committee. I think this is one of them. I have no hesitations to raise this. But yes, I have nominated from ICANN in the month of August, September as a chair of this committee. And we met at Dhaka in the month of October as our first meeting there. And can our action plan is shown in the screen? I request Mr. Mudit to share the screen.
Action. Screen.
Yeah, this is the only committee chaired by the ICANN. And from the beginning and from the last 2 and 3 years, I think only one introductory meetings in the year of 2021 and 22 was conducted from here. But now we have planned some activities for this 23 years.
I think you are not audible properly. If you can come closer to mic and speak, it will be better.
It's okay now?
Yeah, this is better.
So can you share the screen of our action plan?
Sustainability.
Can I start, Mr. President? Yeah, nothing. Yeah.
You can start. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we have decided to organize a SAFA webinar on the topic legislation and practice of transfer pricing in SAR country in the month of December itself, but due to BPA award and SAFA conferences in Kathmandu, we postponed it in the month of March. And now the status of this webinar is we are discussing on the identification of speaker keynotes, and I think we are going to organize one committee meeting in the first week of March to decide all these things and send it you to the data when we are going to organize this webinar. Another part is compilation of statutory requirement of doing business in SAR country. From the initial of this committee, the one compilation book we have received from our past chairman of this committee, which is compiled in the year 2019. And we have also decided to update recent update in doing business environment needs to be updated in, and we have targeted this to complete before the June end date of 2023. Many of members say that because we are in 2019, the compilation of Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, India, and Nepal is only considered. So, and the member of Maldives is also in our committee, and other associate member. We also want to request all other associate member, including the member of Maldives, to work on this compilation. Yes, since the compilations is not only for the taxation purpose, because it's also give glance of geographical profile, economic profile, financial market, key sector overviews, FDIs, investment climates, auditing, reporting. All these issues are considered in those compilations. So this document we have planned to finalize before June 2023 and request SAFA board to publish it in the SAFA website so that the member of respective bodies can get the information from this compilation. And thereafter, we have.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, can you hear me?
They are not doing anything new.
Yes, sir.
This is a problem with the
Please carry on.
chairman.
Okay. And before the month of September, we'll try to conduct a study on legislation and practice of transfer pricing in SAR countries. That will be the study to be conducted on the status of legislation and practice of transfer pricing in SAR country. I think the webinar we have conducted in the month of March will help us to identify the area of the study. So this is also one of the areas of our to do before the September 2023. And finally, in the month of November, we will also try to organize a SAFA webinar on any relevant topic, which we will decide on our next meeting. We also request SAFA board members and all other delegates to recommend if any important topic we need to deliver from our committee, like double taxation treaties, merger, transfer of assets, or any other areas. And we appreciate if board suggest any other topics or any other feedbacks to be considered in our action plan. Since this committee is not much active from last 2 to 3 years, so we decided to limited our activities like 2 or 3 activities. First, we will complete all this, and then we'll decide in other areas to be discuss and conduct our programs and activities accordingly. This much from my side for today. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any member would like to? Yes, sir.
Sir, may I suggest, I mean, these are very good initiative taken by Mr. Piyush. But may I suggest that we have to roll our sleeves. I mean, it's not like that we can wait for indefinite time. We have to fix the timeline and assign, obviously, he's doing a great job, but we need to assign respective studies to respective institutes. I mean, we have got expert right now. I am running some Reform and Resource Mobilization Commission in Pakistan, and we have to form 7 or 8 subgroups just to complete the studies in various spheres of taxation, because it is getting complicated every day after. Like Pillar 1, Pillar 2, and so many other things are coming up. So if we want to really work effectively on this front, I think we have to jack up the resources. And I know the impediments, the curtailments we have. With these sort of issues, it will be very difficult for Mr. Piyush and his team to complete this Herculean task within a specified time. So what we have to do, we have to assign the timelines and milestones as well. It's a very ambitious plan, and full marks to him. We have great hopes in his ability. I know he's a very thorough professional, but we need to jack up the resources, and we have to identify the timeline as well. So I think these are my remarks, not any suggestion.
Yeah, any reply, Piyush ji? Mr. Piyush?
Yes, sir. As far as compilation issues, we have already worked on this, and I think document and all the records from the year 2019, where the 5 countries have already contributed their information and documentation. I think that will also support us to audit the current scenarios, and we I think we'll try to complete it before June end.
And you have adequately distributed it among the members and form groups, or because many of these items are repetitive, like being carried forward even from last year. So this year.
Yes, sir. We have also same fiscal taxation and research committee in ICANN. I'm also chairperson of this committee. And we have formed many task forces, and they are working on this, and they are communicating each member. So that's why I also put it some support requirement from the SAFA Secretariat and SAFA Board. If you see the last column, and we can take a required support from your side, sir.
So you can communicate with Mudit what kind of support you require, and let us plan. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next. Padmanabh.
Yeah. PAIB committee. Last one.
Thank you, Mudit sir. Respected Honorable Advisor Vinayak Badar sir, President Jambusaria sir, Vice President Kurup sir. This is the PAIB committee. I, in fact, was thrilled to listened to Sia Avan sir very nicely because both these committees are almost like similar. And our action plan, before telling that, I would like to sincerely thank our Honorable President the previous year and Honorable Vice President previous year and the dynamic team members I had, like Ranjit Agarwal Bhai and Kurup sir and others. Because whatever we could plan, we were able to execute also to maximum extent in the form of conducting webinars and physical programs, one in Kerala, Trivandrum, and one in Kolkata. Thanks to Ranjit Bhai for excellent arrangement in Kolkata, who is currently the Vice President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And the suggestion given by our members from Ranjit Agrawal Bhai and Ashana Kurup sir, Jambusaria sir, you and Hanayaka Bandara sir were present. Our intention is to organize placement drives for the members of SAFA member bodies. That is members. Already they may be in some job, they would like to shift to another job, or students who would like to get some placement. And Ranjit Bhai told that how we can do that. So we need to know other member countries, what requirement they want. See, for example, people from their countries, if they want to shift to country like India, we will help them. Like our people from India want to go somewhere else, we will try to help them. Within that country also, we will try to help them. And for that, President Sir, my humble submission to you is that we should take some initiative to enter into MOU or MRA with various governments of SAFA region. The government should recognize us and they should tell, here is a member body, here is an association or federation where they want to do something for the nation building of that particular country. So we should initiate this thing, find the time to meet the governments, respective governments of each region. Then another thing is, which already I have told sir, we would like to develop a guide for businesses on digital transformation and to develop ESG guidelines or standards of the SAFA region. Jambusaria sir, what we found was, whatever idea we are bringing, we are informed that this is not your committee, this is that committee, this is this committee. So if any other committee would like to do, we are ready to support. Otherwise, we should be allowed to do. Ideas anybody can share, but implementation is very, very important. Like our previous friend Piyush Bhai was telling, I got a chance to be in the SAFA board as a chairman of PAB only last year. And Mudit Bhai gave me the minutes of 2017. That was the last meeting. And you know what was the content? The content was, let us implement the decision taken by the previous committee, that particular committee meeting. Nothing was done. So if committee members, we are telling that this committee is not working, that committee is not working, it is wrong, sir. It is wrong. It depends upon individual. See, how I am very lucky to get Hanayaka Bandara sir as president and Jambusaria sir as vice president and teammates like Ranjit Bhai and Kurup sir. We were able to do, na. So another suggestion from our side is that when Mudit Bhai is immediately then and there helping me by telling that you submit your proposal, our SAFA board will agree for conduct of webinars and events. But I have received a communication from that woman entrepreneur, that woman empowerment cell and the international committee and SME, Vatawala sir. Like that, when we conduct webinars or webinars, it should be shared with all the other committee chairman and the members. We should disseminate that particular event with the member bodies of the region. Then only they will know that one of the member of this particular SAFA is doing this event, and they will also get encouraged. They will also share their, because I have not received till date, other than whatever I have told, because many committees today, I understand that they have conducted webinars, seminar, but we were not informed. Na? How come we are missing that? I don't know. At least in future, there should be a communication, the thing that the gap should not be there. Everybody should know what is happening. Similarly, the newsletter, which Hanayaka Bandara sir told, newsletter should be shared with all the institutes of all the regions. and at least to the members or the chairman of the committees, various committees, so that we will disseminate through social media or some other ways and means. We will reach the communication newsletter of SAFA with all the people. We are not doing. And two more points, Jambu Surya sir. One is I will be very happy if we have a SAFA registered office. Somehow we have to find ways and means to register. And we should have an office of our own because we have sufficient funds. We should have an exclusive office for SAFA. Whoever may be president or vice president, whichever country, let it be X or Y country, not necessarily India. But SAFA office should be there so that people will have some, oh, here is an organization which is have its own office, its own officials, and the president cabin is there, vice president cabin is there, so that we can go and meet. That should be thought of, sir. And last but not the least, what we discussed in the beginning, sir, we are, I have already personally conveyed to Jambu Surya sir over phone. We are organizing a global summit, global convention in Dubai on March 25th, 2023. And the topics also we have decided, sir, like intangible assets valuation, unlocking business potential, risk management in banking and financial services ecosystem, role of central bank in UAE, sustainability reporting, global best practices, corporate tax in UAE, opportunities and challenges. This we have already planned, sir, by the international committee. But what I feel, if you permit me, Jambu Surya sir, to invite you and advisor Hinayaka Bandara sir and Vice President Kurup sir, I also take this privilege to invite Aniket Bhai and Ranjit Bhai, President and Vice President of our Big Brother Institute, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our all the other president like Ashfaq Tola sir and like other president and the thing of other member bodies on that occasion. Because let that be a forum. Because that particular event which we are planning in Dubai on March 25th, we have paid advance also, sir. Hotel Holiday Inn. We have already paid 20% advance. So if all of us can join together, I will see that the respective presidents from the SAFA vice president and other respective president, vice president of various institutes, whoever comes will have definitely a role. And trade minister of UAE is coming. Ambassadors of UAE are coming. So we can make an impact that there is the thing other than Institute of Cost Accountants of India, there is another body called SAFA and we can create an impression. Maybe it is as on date outside the area of SAFA, like members felt. But Aniket Bhai very beautifully told after president of SAFA presented, expansion is required. Let it be in the form of an amoeba. Nothing wrong. Expansion is required. Then only more and more people will know about our this South Asian Institute performance. See, each chairman of the committee have presented so nicely. I am very happy with our friends from Pakistan. What a wonderful idea thinking they are having. Then how come the other people will come to know? Middle East is the biggest place scope for accountants. So I humbly, on behalf of Vijayendra Bhai, my president, and as chairman of International Affairs, I won't mind even if you don't put my name. We can make it as a SAFA event, but expenditure we will take care, our institute. But 25th March, if you think it over and approve, and if our colleagues, our honorable president, vice president of various institute also can travel to Dubai, I think great impact can be done, sir. Let it be a good beginning, sir. We will make it as a SAFA program, but our institute will take care of that conduct of that event because already budget is sanctioned to me, sir. This is my humble suggestion to you, Jambu Surya sir, and the entire team there who are physically present and others through online. Thank you very much, sir. Any other doubt or clarification you require on whatever I have deliberated, we will be very happy. And one more request, our Kurup sir has become vice president now. Whether he will continue to be a member of PAB or not, kindly I wish that he be there as vice president and you as president attend all our meeting whenever we conduct. This is my humble submission, sir.
Yeah, thank you. See, regarding Dubai event, we'll discuss separately. Otherwise, fine, all your inputs and suggestions. So before we conclude, I think only one agenda which was there, agenda number 5, utilization of fund of foundation of SAFA. So let us have the proposal made from SAFA and sent it to foundation. For fund utilization, I think we'll have to make a proposal. Let us look at the budgets of these committees and then we will make it and send it to foundation.
Sir, another avenue, if I may be allowed to suggest, sir, student scholarships in the different region. I mean, we have recently started a full board student program, scholarship program, and we have seen basically the accountant fraternity come from really middle class families. And with this huge inflation, it is unbearable for them to pursue this qualification. I have performed a survey myself last year, and I have found that most of the people, they don't send their kids to this profession because of the expensive nature of fees and timelines, maybe around 3 to 4 years to qualify. So what we have done, we have taken a modest start, and now by the grace of Almighty, we have reached to a level. What we are doing, we are giving them free education, online education, and we have discounted their fees. We have enrolled something like 500 students, which is almost 5 to 10% increase in the numbers. And I expect this quantity to increase by another 2,000. In a country like Pakistan, and for a profession of chartered accountancy, which is really, very difficult to pursue. So in my humble view, with the condition of this region, we may start from this SARC fund. We may start this scholarship program, and we can ask respective PAOs to give their suggestions so we can consider in the next board meeting of SAFA.
So if some concrete proposal can be made and submitted, we can discuss it the next board meeting.
I think we let respective POAs submit their own proposals, and then we can take the best practices out from them and we can allocate the funds.
Okay. Mudit, you may communicate. We can discuss the whole scheme or proposal in the next board meeting. And yeah, we'll take it up in March.
If you require any assistance, Mudit, I'm 24/7. You can call me, you can WhatsApp me, but don't make the mistake now, okay? It was allowed one time.
Yeah, sure. And last agenda, item number 8, strategic action plan. I think we have discussed it thoroughly, and with all this discussion, we'll minutize it and present it to the next board in the form of minutes. So with this,
Sir, Jambusaria, sir, item number 6 you are not taking, or we have deferred?
Item number
That
6.
Vijender Bhai,
Which one?
Vijender Bhai has given. Vijender Bhai, as our president, has given some proposal. But you told that you want to reduce the committee, not to increase.
Yeah. Item number 6 was already discussed and taken. We are taking it as a part of the PIB committee. And there you can have separate task force to deal with cost and management accounting. Since we are planning to reduce the committees as far as possible and have a new committee only by absolute necessity. So this very well goes because cost and management accounting is a part of the industry and business. So let it go to the PIB. It was discussed in detail before you joined. So it
Oh,
has
sorry,
been,
sir. Sorry, sir. I thought it was not discussed.
yeah,
Sorry. You
yeah.
can even club it with our professional, that the public sector, something, that committee, na, SIA one, sir. That committee also good for costing.
Sorry, public sector?
Our SIA one, sir, committee, na, where public sector undertakings, that committee.
No, no,
professional.
PIB, this cost and management accounting.
It's committed. PIB is
Ah.
his committee.
PIB, professional accountants in business.
Your committee.
Yeah, that is
Your
the only
committee.
committee which you
Your
have
own
given me.
committee. We can give such a responsibility only to the strong shoulders.
No, no. Sir, because of my teammates, I am strong.
No,
Sir.
no, 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 no.
Sir, Ranjit Bhai, you are all there. That is why, otherwise, Henayaka Bandar sir gave full freedom, na? He and you. That is why we could do.
Yeah,
So you will have more responsibility.
thank you.
Because of the wonderful teammates only. Otherwise, I am not this thing.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so let us conclude this meeting. Thank you so much for attending, everybody, particularly the, yeah.
So we have already discussed this agenda, and I think we rationalize the committees, and if possible, this committee can be formed after working. That will be presented again to the board.
After
Task force you are referring.
task force, na?
Siddharth wants cost and management committee shall be separate from independent of this PAIB. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes, I said you have already told that we will rationalize the committees and will be presented to board again in the next meeting.
Okay, we will discuss this.
Yes.
And bring it to board in the form of final proposal.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And let me
Thank
first
you.
thank
Thank you.
CS Sri
Thank you.
Lanka for giving us this wonderful venue and for all hospitality and the care that you have taken during the course of the entire meeting. And before
Sir,
and after.
Jambu Surya,
Thank you so much.
Thanks to the chair. Thanks to
Jambu
the
Surya,
chair.
sir.
Yeah,
I
Papan
have
bhai.
one request. Sir.
Yeah,
Our Henayaka Bandara sir, Kurup sir, and our chairman international, they should ensure that the Papan Bhai's Sri Lanka line should not postpone the flight like this. Otherwise, I would have. Otherwise, I would have been happy to be there to meet you all in person.
Today only we came to know all those things. So
Yeah.
Sir, actually, Ranjit Bhai told me to come yesterday itself. I made a mistake by cancelling that ticket to come with our friend Kaushik Banerjee. So I also missed the chance.
no,
to be there.
Mr. Enayake Bandara is saying he will not tolerate this and will not allow this to happen.
since I'm
Thank you.
since I'm the owner of the Sri Lanka Airlines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, I want to give the agenda of our meeting schedule of rather on 18th and 19th March at Burban, Murray. It's a very wonderful place and hilly area. And yes, sir. On 18th, we have planned a meeting of committees from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then after lunch, board meeting will be from 2 p.m. to 4:30 or either if 5 o'clock. Otherwise, from 4 p.m., inaugural session and registration will start up to 8 p.m. And then there will be a cultural program on 18th. From 19th and next on 19th, we have first session, environmental, social governance, sustainability, the accounting perspective on first day. And on 19th, we will start from 9:30 a.m. And next, our theme is technological advancement, global challenges and opportunities for accountants. It will be up to lunch. And after lunch, we have accountants' role in averting climate catastrophe and economic downturn. That will be from 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. After that, we have the meeting with the media of delegates. And before lunch, we have the meeting of President IFAC with other presidents and the delegates of, yes, she is coming. It's
in March,
PC
sir,
Burban, Murray area. Burban, B for baby. From Islamabad is 2 hours. 2 hours traveling.
It is in March, sir, March.
Yes, March.
18th and
And
19th.
18th and 19th. And on 20th, we have planned, if it's optional, delegates are available there. We will move to Texla Museum. It's a from Islamabad. It's a 1.5 hour drive, and also Gandhara Museum. They are adjacent almost. No. It's on the Murray
So
side.
Burban
It's
is
a
1.5 hour drive from Murray. It's a hilly area and a very cold one. The temperature there in those days will be around 14, minimum 6 and maximum 14. So don't worry.
Best climate for
You'll enjoy.
best
Even
climate.
in March.
March 18th and 19th.
So otherwise,
Yes, March almost 7-8 would be the temperature. And daytime, it would be 16, 15. Yeah. Yes, there are two ways actually.
Yes, I mean, if we go from Murray to Burban, and if we go on the left side, then we have Patriata, and from Patriata we can go to Mirpur.
Mirpur, Kashmir.
Sorry, Muzaffarabad and Neelam Valley.
Yeah, that's better. It's very hectic otherwise. Yes, it's a more better from Islamabad. It takes maximum 2 hours to Burban. We will arrange that. No issue. You all people are invited, and please inform me timely. I want to further finalize panelists of the 3 sessions. We are in coordination with Mr. Mudit, Mr. Asim Khan of our office, and I'm also personally looking after this. And I would like you may kindly inform me timely, and also for the visa, Ishfaq Tola sir will help us.
yeah, sure.
Thank you.
We did send that program, so we can discuss it. Good. Yeah.
So thank you, sir. Can we leave? Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks to the
Papan
chair,
bhai,
sir.
for-
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can get.
So enjoy the evening. All the best, everybody.
Is it Chennai? He had morning 40 flight.
Of appreciation for all the participants. So may I invite
Chennai.
SAFA president to give away, and please join us for president's dinner, though president is not here. So we are hosting all the participants for dinner today at Cinnamon Grand, say around 7:15. I think I know some of you are going back and flying tonight. So let's have a short night, but still join for the dinner.
Thank you.
Yeah. Shall we first distribute some of the tokens and yeah. Yeah. 5 minutes? Yeah, I don't know whether it's open.